mask wearing, cursing, things like that, because remember the colonial master didn't, once artwork was developed in the region, they didn't quite understand. We could be right there talking in front of their face and telling them, and they don't quite understand, you know. And they took resent, so we passed a lot of teach them a lesson, no? I was thinking in the legislation, the same thing that Ms. Eugenia in her work, I get the impression of Ome and so on, right? And all of these things were treated by legislation. What they could handle, you deal with by legislation. So a lot of these things are in the books, no? Still there.
And just going back, you know, to the interview, and maybe something that we have missed. He mentioned that, you know, some members of the groups will use the opportunity to set up schools. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where, you know, some of the violence that, you know,
it's a movie. You talk about the violence during the revolution. The genesis of my revolution, the police were sent to destroy the world. We had to look left and right to become and was heat of the platform movement and so on, and aviation and introduction and navigation and so on. So drummers have to be a brief problem. And then it and that's recent history. But that's all right. One other question for you. How long do you foresee will take to document and in the document this element as far as you're concerned?
It will take a couple months. You have to interview different persons within the communities, and it's not only one community.
Right. When doing this, once again, Mr. Newton, when you're doing this, picture the end, no? Picture what it is you have to do with the information. And then in a way that would be what we do, right? That's a good way to think about it. Yes, Mr. Newton.
I have something not that funded, I mean, I'm not sure the story, but they did not know origin of Russia. And very few people possible. But in my view, basically African Carnival of the very day is a festival of meat eating. And when we have
Festival of
meat eating,
okay.
And they laugh. I just think of when we had when we had Carnival was 2 days before Ash Wednesday, when Catholics in particular will not eat meat for the Bull of Lent. And the Europeans usually have their mask off, as the dress, mask, and so forth. This is just my theory. I can't put no evidence of people. I would prefer to accept that that's coming.
Else created. And it's all to me, it's natural that people will forget where things come from and sometimes even the reason for things. Because tell me where your great grandmother comes. Tell me what language she used to speak. Right. So obviously there are things that we do not necessarily we may not know. but there's also something about us here, knowing that we have come from somewhere and there are things that we inherited from our ancestors. We speak English, but we doesn't speak English like how English will speak English. If she decides how you're going to get it, you know. So
I'm trying my best to dilute it.
Don't worry yourself. Just don't worry yourself. Quiet down, Eugenia, and then
When researching the GMB, before you had the drum, you had the villages. And then the woman played an intricate part in the drum. So it's similar to what we do on Carnival Time or at Christmas with the Para. You had the village, you had all the things that happened in the village. And before you had the drum, you had this. Every rhythm came from the woman. So whatever happened in the village at festival, they will sing that. And then we inherit that in the Caribbean. That before white people respectfully showed Africa. So the school get this culture from. It was always ours. They tried to take it from us. It's all ours.
yes.
I'm not sure whether this is maybe but the traditional, a lot of the traditional masquerades that I'm looking at in the Southern Caribbean are, to me, and not been spoke about his theory. My working theory is that some of them arose out of the Egun Woman Festival of West Africa. And if you look at some of the, like the mirrors, they're saying that it's to reflect the enemy coming. But in the Egungun tradition, it's actually to keep bad spirits away. So and also the noise. So they make noise, and so you have the bells and so on, and it's to keep the bad spirits away. And the reason why each of these is different. So Egungun, Shorty is one,
Right.
possibly Egungun.
Right.
Beko is possibly another Egungun. The masquerade in St. Kitts is possibly coming out of another Egungun. It's because you actually do have different Egunguns who dress differently and perform differently, but they are all spirit ancestors of the Yoruba. And in Grenada, where you had a significant infusion of Yoruba indentured servants coming after slavery and also as liberated Africans, you would have had a sudden infusion of people who are bringing their traditions, and they might have been the Egungun of one area and the Egungun of another. And so that is why, I mean, that is my
That, and I think that's very, very timely intervention. Who was it, Nigeria, attempted to inscribe the Egungun rituals at the international level this past year.
Okay.
Right. The only reason it wasn't technically well put together, but the principles of it, got the application, no?
And it's not just Nigeria, Benin and Togo.
Right. And so but you see, the lesson there is that the meanings of things change from generation to generation. Right? The same way the violence was phased out, there was probably some early conflict between plantations there. I'm just theorizing, right? And control for resources, right? You have to explore how land was distributed and all that sort of thing rather than try and develop some. And then you look at what the records say. And then as time goes on, there are certain political interventions we notice here that affects the cultural practice, no? And so we want to, in your description of the elements, we want to be able to track that change too, as best as we can. So you'll have to do some more background work, though, like what Ms. Eugenia has just introduced. You have to do that sort of background work in order to see where the heritage and how it has evolved. Right? All right, let's give them a round of applause. Let's go with what's the name of your group? So we had the Lord appointed.
everybody. This is Team Central, also known as Creative Women.
You're creating. Teams in Georgia.
We were on Church Street, St. George's, we invited to get the drummer. And afterwards, we also went down to Lagan Road, where we met other members of his group. That was his son, Ali Isabel, and the other member is Mr. Owen Francis. And so we were really lucky to be able to have our interview set for school, because Mr. Miguel was the principal of the school, Church Street. But then we got the bonus of being able to go and meet the other members down on Lagan Road. It was a really exciting, interesting session. We've set out some of the positives and some of the challenges as well. So, firstly, the successful flow and completion of the task, and we could kind of bracket the whole experience, because when we got there, we were outside, we were discussing and setting up the tour. And actually, the last day of term, the school children were in their regular clothes.
Oh, yes.
There was a lot of noise, which also became kind of a challenge as well. You know, it's a busy street, you have sirens, you have a school bell ringing, constant children noise in the background. So it was both. It was also good for the context. One of the pupils was hovering around, and he came along and wanted to approach
Stay hearing your voice. Stay hearing your voice.
Turn it off. Turn it off. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the young boy approached me and said, you know, do you want to ask a question? And just to bring in another point, so the ICH and this whole inventory process really started from that point. Some of the issues that have come up, I thought back to what Nigel said about my accent, and I said, do you want to ask a question? Because he was hovering. Very shyly, he said, yes. I said, go on. And he said, I don't talk like you, something like that, right? He said, I said, that's okay. What do you want to ask? He was asking, what are we doing here? Why have we come to the school? So he explained the project, the Grenada National Trust, proud of my heritage. And he said, you know, when this is done, we come to see your principal, because he drums, doesn't he? Yes, yes. And when this is done, people all over will be able to click on a button and see some of the good things that happen in Grenada. I said, is that a good idea? He said, yeah, it's a good idea. So that's how we started. We went through an interview in the office, which went really very well. The execution of our different roles, we think, was a positive thing. We knew who was going to do what. That went well. Dion did a great job with her interview. And another positive was that Mr. De Gale was very enthusiastic. He was open and willing to share. So a lot of the questions that would have been asked didn't have to be asked, because he was covering them with his narrative and explaining about the drum, the community aspects of drumming. He also mentioned other drummers, Mr. Monty, and making of the drums and so on. Afterwards, we went down to Lagoon Road, and I think it just got better at that stage as well. Because by now we had quite a good rapport. Everybody was, you know, enthusiastic, and we met the two other members of the group. They changed, they had costume, and they were able to drum for us right there by Tropicana, the roundabout. And it was fantastic. So vehicles passing by were enjoying it. People who were coming to the Soup Master for their lunch were standing back and enjoying it. Some were dining. And then we realized, so at that point, actually, Brenda was now interviewing the other two members. Rochelle was taking photographs, and other members of the group, Kim, Dion, were interchanging, taking photographs. And they were actually able to capture other ICH elements. So we saw where they cook outside. We saw the natural crafts that make up the stall for the soup master's spot. We had lunch, and Brenda made sure that she got hers in the calabash. So we had a lovely pea soup for our lunch. And some of the group members were playing.
Yeah.
Yes, so they got involved.
Natural rhythm.
Yep, they were naturals. And that was a really nice end to the session, the impromptu part. And it was just a nice time as well, because Mr. De Gale talked about teaching drum in the school, the importance of younger people knowing the drum. And so this continuous lesson and just on the spot, and then was able to teach us as well. And in this short session, we were drumming away. So a really great start, a really nice finish, because at Tropicana, so we started with the young boy giving his approval. So this idea of community buy into the project. And then we finished with, when we were trying to take a photo, somebody was passing, they called him out, hey, come, take a photo. And the photos were terrible because he was like this the whole time. They were drumming and he wouldn't stop moving. So but it was just that, it's just a really great end to the session. And just to check here. Some of the challenges that we had, however, well, the background noise was kind of, plus and minus. The weather, of course, was unpredictable. It was raining a lot yesterday morning. We have a query and a concern for a challenge doing this in the future, that the Dropbox capacity on the phones wasn't really enough. So everybody's storage was full. And there were so many things we could have wanted to capture in terms of video and, the pictures. And we weren't able to kind of offload them in the field. Yeah. So if we had another interview in the afternoon, for example, that would be a problem, because you'd have to maybe return to some base. And we wouldn't want to do that because it really was going with the flow. We knew we were going to be at the school, and then the other location was the bonus. So we wouldn't want to interrupt that to say, oh, we just got to go back to clear our storage space.
That's a bit of an insight there. One of the things you probably have to do in the future is to take a laptop with you and an external, and you just connect immediately, download, and then keep going, So while someone is using their piece of equipment, you download what's on the other one and you rotate it in. So that's an alternative in the field.
Just want to add to that. Unless anything you photograph or record on video or audio, saved on the phone. Uploading to Dropbox, that's the slow part. So you haven't lost the opportunity or the information. Still on your phone. It's just that someone in the trust will have to keep moving stuff from your Dropbox, transferring it over.
All right. I think the issue was not having enough storage space to actually continue to capture.
Or in the phone.
No?
On the Dropbox.
Yeah.
But I think what can be done is that you have the information on your phone, and before you upload it to the Dropbox, you can review it and edit it, and then upload it.
Yeah, but that's a challenge.
But it's not shared.
It's not accepted.
Right. Because I'll tell you, you'll take, like you spend that day, you could easily take 1,000 photographs, easily. That's the problem. And trust me, it's easy to take, but I can review all of them.
Just to finish up, one of the other positives was, I think, the visibility of the process in the community, that people, we were outside, well, we were in the school first, and then we were on Church Street, then we were down by Tropicana. So being seen in the community, and that really, you got a sense that the performers, the practitioners are really very proud of that. They were happy to be seen out doing something, being involved. And we even had a comment from Tropicana afterwards saying, oh, I knew that was you guys over there drumming. I was moving too, you know, so even though they couldn't see what we were doing, the lady had heard. We were aware that were infringing on Congo's time because he sells soup there, and he gave up that time because of time management. Things went overtime. So by the time we got there, we were kind of into his lunch period. He was very generous and, you know, allowed it because he was so excited to be involved. And just, I suppose, as exchange and to show thanks, we were able to have lunch there and sit down and take extra time. And the gifts that we gave were really well received. And it was just a very positive sharing experience. It made our day, it made their day. And we thought that would be it was a nice intro to the exercise.
Excellent. One question for you. How long do you think it will take to fully document this element?
Well,
Knowing what you know.
Yeah, quite a while because of the additional elements that we saw, we weren't expecting. Yeah, because just drumming, and also when he was mentioning the different places, I think if we'd been in another location, because he mentioned Winston Fleury, he mentioned the start of Carriacou Maroon Festival. So if we were to document that group performing in Carriacou at Maroon Festival, then again, it's different. So just with the elements that we identified, we could see already it's going to be quite a long process. And that's, you know, with a group of 5.
You know something, you even have to think about how you will organize that. Let's say you have a general description of drumming, then you have to develop profiles of the groups too in your descriptions. Is it a new one? Let's give them a round of applause. Well done. So we go to the Ministry of Culture.
So I was just wondering, what were some of the gifts, like what were some of the gifts that the groups gave, just to have an idea of?
We were very, very lucky that someone in our group, in this group, also crafts miniature drums. So with a little collaboration, some pliers and some patience, I was able to get to Monty to present them to drums.
We bought some fruits and 2 bottles of wine. Unfortunately, the wine was non-alcoholic because I was looking at the page. When we got there, he said,
So you were trying to buy non-alcoholic alcohol? That's a good trick, Dexter. Non-alcoholic alcohol. Marlene, oh no, that's not Marlene. Go to the Ministry of Culture. We have a new face in the room. Apparently she has been here since day 1, no? Miss Samuel, is it? So welcome, Samuel. Tell us about your experiences today.
Good morning, everybody. So we had the opportunity to visit one of Grenada's sea moss farm, which is located at the Breakwater Project in Surtees, St. Patrick's. The person in charge of the farm, his name is Mr. Ishmael Merriman, also known as Joe Pally from Mount Craven, St. Patrick's. He has been dealing with sea moss for over 10 years, as per our interview yesterday. But he really got into I should say, the professional practice 14 months He said he went over to Barbados and seeing all the sea moss coming into Grenada and the problems it was causing. He went over to Barbados to study more about how we can help or how it can be useful to the community or to the country. And he came back with the knowledge and he started the process or the farming. So he spoke about the process, how he started it, where he cut piece of sea moss and tie it onto a rope or a string. He mentioned a fishing line, and they stick it to a bamboo or something like that, and put it back into the water with an anchor, and basically it starts growing, etc. by itself. He also trained young persons in that area just in case, because he's going down in age. I mean, to be honest, when I saw him, I thought he was like 30. And then the guy said he's 69 years old. So that was a huge shock for me yesterday. I was like, 69? I was like, mm. So he's also training young persons. One of the person he's training is a teacher in the St. Mark's Secondary School. They even have a program at TAM CC in St. Patrick's where it's a 2-hour class where they also train students about the farming process that they're doing. What else? Well, we got the opportunity to take pictures and make videos of the raft. They used to go out to the water and pick or cut the sea moss. He also explained to us that there is no specific uniform, but he would prefer if someone wear a long pants to go in the water to cut, because crab can bite you and all these things. Also, what else? Well, the life jackets, which is one of the most important equipment or uniform that they use. And I'm trying to think about some more.
So my question for you, how did you identify this element? How did you get around to identifying this as an ICH?
To be honest, I didn't. I'm not sure. Because I was told, I was just told that we're going to choose him. So.
Didn't because we realized that CMOS is a big deal when it comes to St. Patrick's Day, and nobody really points it out. And our ministry technically is culture, fisheries, and cooperatives. So we wanted to incorporate something with at least our ministry because it is a big deal. We do farming, we do fishing, and so much more. In addition to that, most of the people from that side would see when they were younger, it was fun for them. It was tradition with them, for them at least, to go out with their parents on the beach to collect sea moss and then put it to dry or harvest or sell it or ship out to different countries, stating that they would send in requests here because it was such a big, it was on high demand. That is why we identified.
Okay. Any questions for this group, for Ministry of Culture?
I would, because as Nigel was saying, I was a little bit confused, especially when it's culture cooperative and
History.
but if we know for culture, I would have seen an idea like with the traditional mass, traditional dance, folk songs, those things that can be embedded back within the schools easily and build more awareness. Because from what I'm seeing about the CMOS, for me, I'm seeing it as a business model that is actually growing. It's not something that maybe we don't know how it is done, but when you see, and I'm talking about being in St. George, it is a business model that is very prominent. You see a lot of people now selling the CMOS. So I thought when we're looking at the ICH element is something that we are going to preserve so that future generation can learn about it and and something that we can identify with that makes us as a unique nation. So
Well, I understand.
There's no dance festival for us to bring out our traditional dance or traditional dance or songs or, you know. And so for culture, I would have thought it would have been something a little more prominent and something that we probably from.
I guess the question with
Heritage, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking
the
for, yes.
question that Mr. Begg is asking, and I'm asking you, because I don't know, does it constitute intangible cultural heritage? Right? Is there, I'm asking Ms. Eugenia to, because I heard her reading the convention earlier, if we could go back to Article 2 and just to revisit that, just to see what that says. Because remember, the convention is not the end all either. You might consider something like generation to generation. I think 2.2 and 2.2.
For the purposes of this convention, the intangible cultural heritage.
Let's listen for a minute.
The intangible cultural heritage means the practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills, as well as the instruments, objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces associated therewith, the communities, groups, and in some cases, individuals recognize as part of their cultural heritage. This intangible cultural heritage, transmitted from generation to generation, is constantly recreated by communities and groups in response to their environment, their interaction with nature, and their history, and provides them with a sense of identity and continuity, thus promoting respect for cultural diversity and human creativity. For the purposes of this convention, consideration will be given solely to such intangible cultural heritage as is compatible with existing international human rights instruments, as well as with the requirements of mutual respect among community groups and individuals and of sustainable development.
Right. Thank you. So I need you to comment on that. Is it? I can't, because this is Grenada, no?
I think it does fall under that thing because it was based on my knowledge of it. And even Celebat public farming, which has actually just started recently in Grenada as a practice. But it must have been used from way back, maybe with my grandparents and whatever, you know. That's how I get to know about it. And people getting the commercialization of it now in terms of what is the benefit, but we have known that from, you know, generations back, you know, they use it for medicinal purposes. It has all different type of healing properties to your body and people.
They say good to your back. I tell you that's a Caribbean thing, man. You go all the way to the east, good to your back.
So I think it does have an ICH.
Good, you know, good commentary there. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Andrea.
Yeah, because you see what's going around. There's different people, different places that we say, oh, this is the good one. Congo had some selling in the back yesterday as well. And that whole preparation, drying to how you make it up to drink it, you know, say, my mom used to say Irish moss, and they say, oh, is that sea moss? Or so I think probably something.
Gloria?
Is it,
Maria.
farmers go out and they entertain in different places and they pay for it. But, it's no different from deciding to go and see more.
Okay, let me ask. So the do they take the sea moss? Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be where you boil it, and then you dry it, and then you you dry it, you boil it, and then you put milk and peanuts and raisin and rum and Has that been done for generation?
And there are some of us who don't know how
home to go to class. And by the time class finished, I was so tired.
Will you ask that question again? Listen to the question.
Most sea moss is in the sea, but I can't go in the sea and grab some straight sea moss. There's a process in the preparation. You need to like rehydrate it and so on. That's knowledge.
Okay.
All right. So inside there, Newton, Gloria, Dexter, then Adriana, and then Peter. Yes, sir. You had your hand up. So when we have that factor in mind,
I'm trying to get at something. So when you do the same thing with flying fish, you can't try
I did do that, and it's simple. And I said, you know what, today we presentation. Take care. Conference.
No, we don't have as much.
You logged in?
No, flying fish is not making good use of.
You're not an admin?
Yes.
Gloria?
So you want me to
knowledge and practices of nature and universe. And under that you have things like local foods, drinks, cuisine, among others. So that falls right there because it speaks to what, that's where oil comes. That's where Babash, not Babash, Manish Waters come in. Well, Babash, right. So on there are lots of, these are not maybe not dying, but needs to be recognized and preserved. Yeah, or else that's what.
Okay, so what I think is happening here, you have chosen a good one, which is getting in more complex terms about how these things are. So you have to think about the knowledge and practices associated with CMOS in Grenada, right? And then you could identify Dexter and then Adrian.
It was really,
and then Adrian.
yeah, it was really the same thing I wanted to highlight. They have to take a different approach at looking at the ICH because yesterday what they did is looking at the commercialization of it, which is the farming. But if they had looked at how we previously harvest CMOS, that will really know the true IC, you know.
Got you. Julie?
Yeah, because it got me thinking about the tradition of diving that exists, especially within some families who live in coastal areas.
Interesting.
There's a part of my family who have been diving for generations. So they catch CMOS for a long time. So I was just thinking about the meeting of the farming and the divers, and even with like the cost of CMOS, like which one is things like that.
All of these things will come up as yeah. Good, thank you, Adriana.
I have people in Zoom, especially the recent character who's asking if they're the next to be to share the experience.
Yes, they'll be last.
Last.
Yeah.
And at the end, then it will be their presentation.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Just to be sure.
I remember them. I was just hoping that. All right. thank you. We're good. Yes, Peter. Go ahead.
I was thinking.
That helps to clarify that. Good discussion.
I was thinking in terms of the art of CMOS speaking. The art of CMOS making in terms of
So, I'm not wondering, I'm just trying to, be aligned with the concept that you previously produced us in terms of what makes an ICH element being praised or recognized by a community. So it is worthy in this case, this specific element. This is of course, this is a pilot educational exercise, but we are, it's important these things happen because when the real field work comes, it's not what I would like to identify as an ICH element. It is that where you go, the community that you're going, if they recognize it as a community, has an ICH element to be safeguard, documented, guard next generation. So we have to be careful with a subjective part of it, and rather than what I think that could be an ICH element to be documented. So we know that the human resources and the time frame is limited, but at the same time, we have to always have in our mind is a community-based, inventory. So they would tell us what is the which ICH
that they have to, they need to understand the, I guess another way to say living heritage.
Yes, of course.
That basic knowledge is there, right? And this is why you have to do the concept in farming. Yes. And that for us, it's going back to that convention, but we can also break away from the convention where it doesn't account for things like that. Right? All right, so let's go to Marlene's group.
Oh, can I just make a
comment? Sure.
Good morning, everyone. I just from interacting with persons, one of the things that I think we may have to do as we go into the community or go into the field is to help persons to understand that when we talk about culture, we're not just talking about performance. As I grew up, I did not understand that. So whenever they spoke about culture, I would right away go towards performing and those aspects of it. But it would make a huge difference for us to help persons to understand all the things that in the convention that culture encompasses, all of that. And I think a large portion of our population still do not understand that. So when we're speaking about culture, they may say yes, those things that we're accustomed to, but we may help them to see, you know what, it also includes food, it also includes stories, all these different things as part of our culture. And maybe then they would think about, okay, what other things have we been doing that we value and has been passed on to me? So it's an awareness, apart from going there and finding out, is to help, I believe, communities to become aware of those other aspects of our culture that I don't readily think of as part of it.
Beautiful comment. Which brings us then to Marlene's group. Marlene, does your group have a name?
Cultural keepers.
Cultural keepers. But it's going to be a terrible joke. I might have to run right now. But I fell asleep with Marlene last night.
Please run.
I was looking at a video where I believe that person was Marlene in the video. And so I was entertained by it.
That's your story.
No. Don't put me in trouble, man. Marlene, are you the person in that video? Leo?
Kelvin.
Kelvin was in that video?
The one with a very slim face?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
That's Kelvin?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And
Both
was
of
that?
us were the same, yes.
Ah, interesting.
I was the rude one.
You're the girl wanting to get married. Ah, interesting, interesting.
Monty too, Monty.
Who was that?
Monty was in that group too.
Monty was there too?
Yes.
I think I don't recognize any of
Maybe he was
these
in that
people.
video, but he's part of that same group.
What? Interesting indeed. We did. Cultural keepers. So let's hear from cultural keepers. So I didn't literally sleep with Marlene last night.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to begin by saying, I'm going to rely on notes of my group to help pitch in as we see fit. But we had the privilege of interviewing Lady Cheryl. Once you say Lady Cheryl, all Grenadians know who you're talking about. She is a cultural ambassador. We interviewed her specifically for two elements, but I kid you not, so many were revealed that it just made the whole thing more than worth going up to promote. So her name is Cheryl Ann Twine, and she was involved in Calypso, Tent, you name it. But the two things the two elements that we interviewed her for were the she did something that is very unique, making furniture, almost a thing, household ornaments, even clothing, she said, from a product called La Oma. La Oma, that's a plant that grows in more mountainous areas in Grenada, and pine that's used in traditional stuff. So she is a very crafty person. And it was amazing. She was really excited and brought some of her things to display, and it's just beautiful. So those persons who are familiar with those chairs that you make, you will see probably in great houses and so beautifully woven together. She is one of the persons who can still do that. I know a number of persons can do the straw, but the weaving in that way is just beautiful. And I would just say for our group, preparation was important. And I'm just going to share with you some of the things we needed to do to prepare as we go into the field. Very late that Wednesday morning, one of our group members spoke about school students, because Lady Cheryl works at a school. And because we're going to be working with her, it was important for her to demonstrate. And I said, okay, how can she demonstrate? And so she shared with us that she had a number of classes with the students and even the teachers, and showed some of the things that were made. And I thought it might have been a good thing to have the students be a part of at least one of the elements. So in preparation, I quickly called the school and asked Teacher Cassie, the principal of the school, to prepare some consent forms. And she was able to facilitate that. So the consent forms were sent home, and the children, they brought it back the next day. Some forgot it, of course. And others came and said, Mommy says yes, but we didn't get paper. So it was really, really lovely that so many students, and I'm saying to us again, do not write off the young people. We have no idea as to how excited they will share with you, other team members. They are to be a part of it. And what Teacher Patsy did was that after she sent out the papers, she said, there are these two students who don't normally take part in things. I would really want them to be a part of it. And those two students, was a boy and a girl, they just shone his. You know, they got it. Usually when I go to schools, it will take a little while. Tying up the code is part of it. But they got it. By the end of that session, they really got it. So the consent forms, Mr. Jacob Pevin would have prepared some of the questions that he was going to ask. And we sent that to Lady Cheryl. So that helped her in terms of preparing. Then we had to do the lunch and then the room and things of that sort. So in going out there, quite a bit of preparation made it easier. Lady Cheryl is a storyteller. She's a natural storyteller. Very, very exciting to see and to communicate with. So she spoke about, let's do first with the craft. the challenge for her, and I'll talk about the challenge for her as she tries to preserve it and continue, is that farmers, many Grenadians are not aware that this particular plant is what she needs or what is used to make this craft. And so it is, she says sometimes she goes to the mountain and tries to get it, and she would just meet it chopped up and thrown about, you know, and there's a special way, a special timing for it to be cut. She says she knows because though the skill was passed on to her from her parents, from her mother in particular, and from her mother's mother, they did not investigate as much as she did. The timing she has discovered is dependent on the taste. So when it is in its sweet stage, it's not ready yet. But when it's in its bitter stage, it is ready. And that made sense because you're making furniture, you don't want, as she stated, woodens and those kind of things to eat it. So that was an eye-opening moment for me too. In the sweet stage, she would use it to make things for the kitchen. Like they made this, what do you call it, this sifter that they use to sift farine and so. And it's fine because you wash it and whatever else. So it was really interesting that she had that knowledge. And so it was used to make all kinds of things. And she's very creative. You can call it, she would make it out of that, you know? So the straw work was made from wild pine, and you would boil it depending on how the shade you want. So if you don't want a lighter shade, you don't boil it, use it just like that. But if you want it to be lighter, you would boil it and it gets to that. So, and the wild pine is more easily identifiable. People know more about that than the cane that you find up there. So she said it would help if persons are sensitized as this is what it is that we use. And I just right there saw an industry developing from that, you know, that farmers, apart from the other things that they preserve and plant, whatever, if they know that this has this value, you know. She even mentioned that sometimes she would go down to St. George's and tourists would come and they would buy it in its raw state because they knew, you know, not made from anything, they would see and they would understand the value. And so she pointed that out to us. So the weaving, she gave me a sample and I'm trying to do it myself right now, but she demonstrated right there for us how to do it. And I just thought that was lovely. Excellent, excellent team. I mean, I did not do as much, but we had to put different persons having their responsibilities, and it was a good team, a very good team. Yes. So after we did the craft part of it, it was story time, the maypole, and then she just lost. She couldn't even sit down. The craft she sat down and spoke and so, but with the story telling time was about the maypole, and we discovered quite a bit. I would just stop right now and ask maybe if a couple of our team members can share what it is that they would have gathered from that experience. Mr. Jacob, pointing to you right now. Over.
Okay, the maypole is what was the first one of her passion.
Join me up here.
Can go down.
Oh, you want to go down?
Yeah, if you want, you could stay in the group. So they can.
That was one of her passions. She got up. In fact, she couldn't sit down. I can't sit down to talk about maypoles. That was her. She gave a detailed account of what maypole is all about. It's a dance, it's a chant. She actually moved as she sang those songs that goes along with the movement of the maypole. She described what it is that they wear. The men wear certain kind of clothes, the women wear another type. The purpose of the wallies, the thing that make the noise, and the whip that the captain carries, and why he uses his whip to bring anybody who's trained back to the band. And she mentioned though that it's a particular part in St. David's where this thing started. It's Windsor Forest. So
she really was, although she lives in Cornwall, she gave claim to where the idea of the maple really came from. And Marlene, in case you did not hear that, she applauded you for the effort you made to make what you use to demonstrate your maple dancing. But she said this is supposed to be a bamboo. The original thing is a bamboo. So she's make it pretty, get someone to cut a bamboo and make it. And I'm sure she's going to hand it over to you. But it's supposed to be the bamboo and not that thing that you would have made, which was, she says good as is, right? But yeah, the bamboo wasn't important. So, you want to say something?
But she also spoke about the maple has a structure. You have a leader, then you have a vice, or a captain, then you have a vice captain. Okay, who actually leads in the singing or the chants and so on. And then that whip to get the people to dance. So if you dance in that particular way, the whip.
Yeah, play mass and trade powder. That was one of the
Yes.
Right, now one last thing, she said that they should dancing maple. But with that, it was adults. And you know why? Because rum is involved in dancing maple. They have to pass rum around and many adults use alcohol.
How long do you think will take for you to the couple elements I'm hearing?
I am thinking that because, and we need to kind of put the feet out there to find out if there are other places in the island where it's done. But from my knowledge, I don't think there are as many. I know I would have gone to Grand Roy one time and I found some knowledge and there, but she came from Windsor Forest. So she learned it from there. So because it's in that particular area, I think it may not take as much time. Because maybe about a month, people available. But I think it's something that can be captured.
But I think we should interview someone to make sure the stories are in sync.
Yes.
Yeah, and not just taking like just pop version of it.
Yes, yes. So there lies another area that yes. So 6 months. Because we got to go to I am so sorry. I'm just saying. Yes. Caribou is it. Yes, yes. So yeah, so
it's a good reminder.
You mentioned in the furniture, tell a bit more, and you also mentioned cave. I wonder if it's wondering if you would say it.
I will have to show you because
there are people who call it cave, but it is formally type of cave.
and the different types.
Strip it and make caves, I call them cane chairs.
Okay.
What is your cane clapping?
That's what.
There was a fellow in Melbourne, right on the curve by the basketball court. He uses bamboo, but you and have some competition. It is still alive.
My hope is that, and I guess it's the purpose too, that as we highlight these things, same thing you saying right there, but she might be thinking, with that, I'm the only one who's doing it. I might be thinking, but as it's shared, person's memories will be stirred, and they will tell you this person, that person, so you can get different
And
elements
just one more point, what they did with that cane, the story, but the people only give it a little bit longer life. They find most of it was black and the color bamboo.
As far as the music is concerned, I just she used an expression, road match. We hear road match all the time. And I found it very interesting. But as part of the preparation for playing mass, maypole as a mass, they would have, and she said, after Easter, you start practicing. And they would gather members for their band at night. And that's one of the reasons my children weren't allowed. At night, they would go down from say from police station in St. David's, they would go down to St. Paul's police station, and they would the music and the singing and the chanting, and they would encourage persons to be a part of that. And after that is done, they would come back to the yard, and that is where they would practice. So it was a whole, and I know the job that a number of elements. But I found that the whole road march, they actually march along the road with their chants and so, and then that.
All right, let's give Marlene a round of applause.
Oh yes, the children. So we had the children come out, and we had the maypole made from PVC. The reason being is that the bamboo gets rotten and that kind of a thing, and it's big and long. So I invented this whole PVC thing where I could cut it in two and put it together after. You know, it's easy to put one in my vehicle that just stop up everywhere. I call it community maple, and who wants to, they come, you know, so it's just, not to be disrespectful or anything, but it's maple, bamboo, effective, traditional, but improvising in that way. But the children really had a good time, and it was a wonderful experience. Yeah, the music and the drumming, you know.
I am curious, when you put together your presentation in the next hour or so, what does it look like? Because you cover a number of things, no? But that's fine. You did your work, right?
We have to leave out some, we got quite a bit of
information. Yeah. Let's give her a round of applause for because they wanted to keep everything over there. All right, so I had the best group yesterday, the best group yesterday.
That's a center.
You guys don't make a dish, man. Come on. I was going to say, that's because with the rest, no? Yeah, so let's, what, you guys had a name? I don't even recall. Oh, yes, you had a name. Is it, started off as Mount Rich Sharpney Group? Is that it? Go ahead.
I can stand there, or do I have to come?
Wherever you feel like. You're a teacher, right? Teachers.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is my group. It's called Team. We visited Mount Rich yesterday, but the gentleman that we went to talk to was better known as Leke. He's from Hermitage. He's in charge of the Hermitage shop, which is a traditional mass, but he resides in Mount Rich. The original name was Mount Rich. I think they came up.
The experience was very heartwarming. He was very coming his knowledge and his experiences. Some of the positives that a lot of the questions you didn't have to ask a lot because the knowledge will keep flowing. The interviewer was Eugenia. If she missed any important points, then other members would chip in and ask some of the questions which helped occupy the interview and to give us the information that we needed. A few of the challenges that we encountered, because it was by the road, the buses were passing. When some of the villagers realized what was going on, some of them were actually members of the band. They came around because we had to see the shop. People were coming in, and sometimes during the interview, they call out to somebody, call out the person inside of the shop. So that was probably maybe the hitch, which is that we had background noise and people coming in to get things bought at the shop. But other than that, it was rather interesting. We learned We also learned, which we probably will talk about in our presentation, about some being recorded, one of his compositions being recorded. When we had a chance, we looked at some of the movements because Shopee has a movement that that came out that they use when they chanting and stuff like that. One thing that we found that when we took the pictures with the camera, the quality of the color, it was rather very good. I could say that far. Usually, when
the pictures were a bit washed out. I found that the camera pictures and my phone pictures were different in terms of the saturation of the color.
That was
another problem that I had with this afterwards was that I couldn't name. I don't know if Adriano or Dara might have noticed. I did send a couple of pictures to the Dropbox, but I wasn't able to title that. When I click on the three little dots, it didn't give me the option to rename. The option to rename.
You all had that experience?
Yeah. I went into file manager and I went into gallery tool, and neither one of them.
after we were in the drop off, then we had an opportunity.
Okay. Maybe after. Okay.
Any other team.
All right. You had any problems with your team members?
No. Everybody did the job that they were cited. So,
It's a nice
the day was very cool. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We have a couple of people on standby there in Carriacou, is that right?
Yes.
Can you bring them up out there? Carriacou?
They're in school.
Come in, Carriacou, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear?
Names?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, so what we could do,
Can you hear
we
me?
can, they will hear you if I put the speaker. Put you on speaker.
You have people online the whole week. Remember, Nadina, I know if you can hear me, so it's a debriefing, no?
Yes.
I'm looking, okay.
No.
Okay, so Nigel, I'm kindly asking, can you guys hear me?
Okay, let's see, say something.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so I'm getting an echo. I don't know if another device is on, that's what's giving me the echo.
Go ahead.
All right, so good morning, everyone. Nigel, I'm kindly asking that I show the presentation right after I give my debriefing, only because Antonia is not with us today. She's actually out doing what she does, and I would have to step out for a while to deal with some issues. Yeah? Do I have that permission?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Alrighty, so for our experience, I
We were joined by Dario Sandrini, so it was the three of us who went out. With regards to our names, we thought that it was best we go with what we call CSF team. Now, we chose this particular element in our efforts to collect or inventory oral traditional practices here in Karakou that can be used in our preparations for what would soon be our annual Karakou Storytelling Festival, hence the CSF team. And so that's what we're doing, apart from, inventory for the purpose of the UNESCO project, we're also inventorying to have this storytelling festival. And so some of the positive that came from our experience yesterday, we met with our practitioner at 4 p.m. yesterday. And so some of our positive includes, we arrived on time. He was already waiting to receive us. And overall, the interview went well. And we ensured that the practitioner was duly informed, that he was comfortable with what he was wearing in order to go on video, and just made sure we give him the informed consent. So we did all that groundwork. Some challenges is that our obligations of yesterday kept us from being able to actually have a preliminary meeting with each other to iron out some of the areas. So while driving to the location, we were still ironing out some things. Given that we were a small group, multitasking, we did not have any note-taking happening. One of the issues was that of noise. The area, we did the interview on the outside of his home, and the area is actually the turning hub for buses. So there were a lot of buses passing. It's also an area for the fishermen. And so we had a lot of talking happening. And of course, the cock did crow. So we did have some noise happening in the background. Later on in the afternoon, in terms of getting the presentation together, we did have some issues in terms of loading and sharing of photos with each other and videos with each other. And so the PowerPoint was finished by after 11 last night, but the final product was finished at midnight. So I think for us, the short time frame to pull the presentation together, we hope it's as best as we could have given the time that we have and the persons that we had on our team. And so at this point, permit me to go right ahead and share what we did. And here you go.
Expressions of Karakou, a UNESCO ICH project, proud of my heritage, brought to you by Antonia Peters, Nadina Williams, and Dario Sandrini.
Just pause 1 second. Let me try and get this on the screen.
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead. Thanks.
Expressions of ICH project, Proud of My Heritage, brought to you by Antonia Peters, Nadina Williams, and Dario Sandrini. The oral traditions and expressions domain encompasses an enormous variety of spoken forms, including proverbs, riddles, tales, nursery rhymes, legends, myths, epic songs and poems, charms, prayers, chants, songs, dramatic performances, and more. Oral traditions and expressions are used to pass on knowledge, cultural and social values, and collective memory. They play a crucial part in keeping cultures alive. This is an inventory of the ICH element poetry on the island of Carriacou. Carriacou has its native
Right.
name from
Could you restart?
meaning dance of
Could you?
Okay, you want me to restart it?
Right, we're ready now. Thanks.
Expressions of Carriacou, a UNESCO ICH project, Proud of My Heritage, brought to you by Antonia Peters, Nadina Williams, and Dario Sandrini. The oral traditions and expressions domain encompasses an enormous variety of spoken forms, including proverbs, riddles, tales, nursery rhymes, legends, myths, epic songs and poems, charms, prayers, chants, songs, dramatic performances, and more. Oral traditions and expressions are used to pass on knowledge, cultural and social values, and collective memory. They play a crucial part in keeping cultures alive. This is an inventory of the ICH element poetry on the island of Carriacou. Carriacou has its native name from the Kalinago Caribs, meaning land surrounded by reefs. Awaks from South America were the first settlers on the island, followed by the Kalinago. The French were the first European settlers in Carriacou and later surrendered along with Grenada to the British. Although the majority of Carriacou's inhabitants are of African descent, European influences can still be found in the way Carriacouans live and also in the names of the towns, cities, and people. Carriacou is 13 square miles with a population of approximately 7,000 people. It is part of the independent tri-island nation of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The ICH element poetry is one of the oldest literary art forms. The earliest types of poems were often sung or recited to pass on oral histories, law, and ancestral information because the rhythmic and repetitive forms made accounts simpler to remember before the development of writing. Poems that exist from ancient civilizations include fiction, historical accounts, love songs, and instructions about how to perform everyday activities. The history of poetry is long and multifaceted, as every culture used and continues to employ the literary form as a means of expression. Meet our ICH practitioner, Mr. Terence McLaren, 64 years old, from the village of Winwood. He's a retired teacher and worked with the fishermen. His passion is for our rich cultural heritage. Poetry in Carriacou is used by the practitioners to record the rich cultural heritage of Carriacou, including boat building and big drum dancing. Being instrumental in many of the cultural activities made giving an account of them in a poetic form facile. Before independence, poetry took on a colonial stance. However, after gaining independence in 1974, poetry in Carriacou shifted to reflect the island's history and heritage. Poems are written in English, and while some adhere to the traditional metrical plan and rhyming patterns, others are written as free verse. Poems are performed are shared with the community during local celebrations and are sometimes accompanied by musical instruments such as drums or other props for illustrative use. poetry has been used and continues to be used to pass on knowledge, cultural and social values. Keeping the culture alive. Threats to poetry includes the educational system, lack of inclusion and emphasis on poetry in the curriculum or in teaching, use of technology among the youth, safeguarding measures, increase teachers' interest in the element, have more sessions where students can assemble and hear stories about Karaku's heritage. The following are some of the work from Mr. McLawrence from his book, Karaku's Cultural Heritage. Now we have a poem from his book entitled Boat Building. Do enjoy and thank you for listening.
Launching a boat in Grenada was done with manpower and Romeo was it. So 2 weeks or so before the launching, they would put an anchor outside with pulleys on it, and everybody on the shore, launching everybody on the shore will be pulling, and they will be shouting, heave away, heave away, heave away, whatever is the name of the boat, until the boat gets into the water. And we had godparents and we had children and all kind of thing on the boat, the priest will be listening and all kind of thing. So the name of the boat is Betsy Girl. And the title of the poem, The Boat Ready to Launch. So Betsy Girl, you look real nice after so much sacrifice, cutting the cedar and shaping the timber. Yes, I remember the planking and the caulking. It was hard work, guided by the Savior. Betsy Girl, you're ready to float. You're a real songboat. This is the final product the builders will be proud of. The skills came from overseas and was brought here by the Scottish. Now the launching, everyone chanting, heave away Betsy, heave away Betsy, heave away. The godparents, well dressed, standing on the deck, waiting for the priest to do the rest. He prays and blesses her, so she'll be guided by the ocean star. Then we wet Betsy with rum, we drink some and we cut her down. Heave away Betsy, heave away, the crowd would shout as they started the pulling. When Betsy hit the water, everyone gathered. Then the fete, food in galore. Betsy launched, so we drinking plenty rum punch. Betsy, you will travel far, 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 because you'll be guided by the ocean star. Betsy girl, you look nice, nice, nice. That was a real sacrifice.
All right, so that's the end of our presentation. Nigel, that one was for you.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Tina
and your team,
that's
excellent work.
What that's like something you read in a book or watching a documentary, right? You agree, guys?
Yeah.
Excellent work.
So my question for you is, what kind of work remains for your group in terms of the documentation for it to eventually enter into a be fully inventory? What kind of work remains in your estimation?
Well, if you're talking in particular with poetry, he did share some other persons within other villages that do emphasize the cultural aspect of poetry. So we're definitely going to be visiting those persons so as we can have more of a cohesive and even just more knowledge about the ICH element. With regards to the oral traditions, we're definitely after poetry or during poetry, we are going to shift to gathering inventory for the storytelling aspects from the different folk tales, other stories, the way it was done. I know we had the cultural practice of starting off with the crick crack or story in Wire Ben. So we are going to be inventorying as much oral traditions as possible with our focus being storytelling in preparation for that festival that we are looking to have.
Excellent. Any questions for Karaku team?
Let's give them a round of applause.
I have one question.
Nadina, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dario and
Question.
Antonia.
Yes.
Please give them our regards from over here in Grenada. Thank you very much.
Will do. I have one question for you, Nigel. With regards to follow-up and giving back to the ICH what we would have gathered, do I send that final product or do I send the videos and pictures?
You can send both raw footage and photographs along with the final, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And you, yeah, thank you. And thank you all for listening.
All right. Thank you, Nadina. Have a good day. All right, guys. So we're off to a good start there. So we'll now transition into very easily finalizing your presentation. Adriana would have sent to you, or will send to you, you remember that document from the first workshop entitled Describing an Element? So when you put together your presentation, it is similar to how it was done just now. You want us to get a concise idea, but holistic at the same time, of the element that you invented, no? Including the various categories on the inventory form, the threats. So you could use that as a guide, as a reminder to you, no? So we will have, let's see, we're at 10:40. We can take a break. You can help yourself to coffee. I know there'll be snacks coming in the next hour or so. But we will reconvene to begin the presentations, we'll reconvene at midday. And then we will start there. Once we get through that, we'll do one wrap-up session after, and then we'll call it a week, no? But I know some good things will be coming. We had a 4 a.m. group over there. We had a midnight group. So I know there's a lot of dedication going into it. So let's, we can take a break and then we reconvene at midday to look at our final presentations. We'll be using the same order. We did the same clockwise. If that's okay, or do you want us to do it randomly?
Yes, I can send it to you.
Is the clockwise is good or random? Clockwise or random? Yes, you have until midday. All right. All right then, guys. So you can take a break and then get going and bring your presentations to our close at midday. Thanks. That was good. ICH coordinators, could you meet in the front, please? ICH coordinators. Center of attention right now.
See, I want to get to take a picture.
As long as it didn't spread out.
Is that what you said? Okay, yeah. Yes, I will ask you.
also knows everything. Have you got in your head a telephone number for North Grenada? But some time ago, it's a very long time, there was something, and I believe it was North Grenada. I looked for it on shocking. Some fellow was lamenting the fact that I searched for it for a lot, but I couldn't find it. So we phoned them and asked them about it.
Well, our publicity person now is Peter. So, and that's why he put us in touch with that fella, Cullen.
Yeah.
So he's the best person to, he might be able to even remember it. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for letting me. Mr. Decker, I will ask you. I could ask
Very nice.
We having problems with persons trying to get to connect to their computer to the Dropbox. It has there been attempting, the system blocked them. So I have to call Neil and see if he comes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And they do has a protection. So.
Yeah. Because it's a new device.
Yes, and another teacher saying that they might find it hard because they're not using their computer. So
Yeah, you see, it's a little better if you use.
Yes, hola. Disculpa, estás en la tienda conmigo. Voy a necesitar prestarte mío, porque tengo la situación de que la gente está tratando de entrar a las cuentas de Dropbox en su computadora y cuando como han intentado varias veces, le bloquean la cuenta de Dropbox. No sé cómo es. Claro. ¿Y el cheque se los doy a él también o cuál? Bueno, because we're having problems with the Dropbox accounts, persons are trying to get access through their computers and have the app attempted many times to block their accounts. Maybe because their technology is a different device. So maybe if you can help them. And others supposedly when they introduce their Gmail and the password that has been given, it doesn't recognize the password. So I don't know what's
Yeah. So these are the ones okay. Okay. Okay, so the name of the element, as you have, remember, these are bullet points, right? We're going to speak. Picture of bullet points. So.
It might be prudent to go and get that inspection, that sticker. Yeah. I think it might be crowded. I think it might be crowded.
15th of a month, the deadline time. You get closer to the 15th, I will like. So I don't know what day is today though. But the sooner the better, because they're always going to stop you at the time when you're in the mood of a hurry.
Right. And
So,
this morning, right?
Yeah. And technically, once it stops, you have 48 hours to go to the fire station and show them that you.
Is the fire station?
No. Well, you have to show somebody in traffic that you have complied, because what they've done is let you off without a charge.
Right.
Oh.
But for my license, which I did have, I thought I didn't.
But things like license and insurance, sometimes they need you to show that you're compliant.
Right. So she told me to go to the police station.
St. George's.
Yeah. She told me to go there.
Yeah.
So in terms of the order, I should get the inspection first.
Yeah.
And go to the police.
Because what you can do now, once you have your insurance, and they like it separate, so sometimes if you talk, they let you show it on a copy on the phone. But you know, people in Grenada,
I have a copy.
Yeah, better to have one in the car. And you can even buy your license sticker online, and you're going to receive. So, because you need the inspection pieces can actually issue it used to be the treasury, and it still is the treasury to some extent.
But you know, Jack, I just take the route. I did it. But for some reason, I take up the other guys all this part. Well, you expired the 31st, you know. I should go to the next time.
Yeah. It's annoying, yeah.
I want to see those presentations. What time did you take?
You talk with private sector, government.
3 o'clock? Oh, we wouldn't finish by 3 o'clock.
Finish it by 12. Today? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Every day is a half day.
No, we're not specific to eating and then coming back.
I'll stick around.
The first one, I have to say them. The rest of it, it's
They want to come in behind this. They might as well get a check. Yeah. Cash was just a convenience. Cost, you know?
So, example, study, I think there would be, we have to constantly Thank you.
You were.
Just good time.
Because the people in Canada, the understanding they have with the boatmen, they go to the caravan and give the boat captain, add some lessons there for some training. Then they just go, when the boat comes into the dock, so that's the deal.
So for the trust.
But they have the captain doesn't have to know. But you have to tell that, well, okay, we're going to put it on the off-freezer out there.
Tell her that you ever seen him.
Say, okay, give it to the captain, and it's okay. Or I prefer you give it to the captain or not, so he lives next door. Whatever. Yeah.
So that's one, two. So then the next one was. All right.
And I wasn't even sure if we were preparing this work yet.
Listen.
Just with Ezra, then I go down to yes. I want to get some of that stuff for my back. Be careful when you go. No. Yeah.
Be careful when you wear it. Running with and tomorrow you don't carry stuff that should be your money.
Right. Well, there's a name that I will use if I run into trouble. My name is Darren. Darren, probably you don't remember me. So they're having an issue with the uploading and downloading. Everything else. Right. Yeah, but I'm glad that people grasp the concept. There are a lot of talented people in this room. Yes, sir. So you have to assist today?
Actually,
okay.
I'm just a guy.
Okay. Oh, you're assisting the technician. Good.
Have a nice day.
Okay.
Assisting the technician. I like that role. Going anywhere, I'm always assisting. Anybody ask me what am I here to do? I'm here to work with Darrell Adriana, you know something, you realize how much work it will take to document some of these things, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But at the end of it, you'll have a book like that. He played some stuff for them while would you do a video play for them while they're working? To go to YouTube.
Oh, something that's on
Yeah, yeah.
YouTube.
And then search for Belize cultural celebrations. I'll just play something for them. Done by the community.
Excuse me?
Let me go to YouTube first.
Second of your attention. Excuse?
Hello, order.
Can somebody identify or let me know who has the account for your phone? ICH text 012, please. And if you own that, can you come here a minute, please? Which the ICH text 012.
Oh, jump out of that.
Each phone
I was
has
in YouTube just now.
Email account that we have created, please. Number 12 is yours.
Doing too many.
Yeah.
Yeah, something wrong. I'm not doing it right.
But there's one lady, okay. Sitting there.
You could play that one. Creole Christmas.
Okay. Guys, una settlement?
You could do anyone. You could do it like that one.
Okay.
That's like the Maroon community in Belize.
Nobody with number 12? By the way, by the phone. I forgot.
So I'm playing while you're working. I'll be playing some videos, like this one is from the Maroon community in Belize, called a Christmas Bram. It's 2 days of Christmas celebration in a Maroon community.
It's an introduction. The
Yeah,
introduction is long, right?
On these days, the village comes alive with the sounds of rock-down music, accompanied by the rhythms of drums and other traditional instruments. Along with the music, the villagers, accompanied by friends and relatives who have returned home, dance and sing as they move from house to house to commemorate the Bram. The history of Bram can be traced back to the early 1700s, when enslaved Africans were brought to extract logwood, mahogany, cedar, and other timber from Belize's forests. This often resulted in men being away from their families for most of the year. Over time, the Christmas season served as a great opportunity for communal recreation.
Early accounts of celebrations similar to the Christmas Bram have been recorded in the 1826 Honduras Gazette and commercial advertising. Almost all slaves were during the whole of the holiday. Neither labor nor participants in the labor were children. But on the contrary, parade is chief during the day and large parties, preceded by music and classes. In their progress, they walk in body, sang ceremony, into the halls of all merchants from respectable persons' houses, and commence dancing and singing.
Brown, as these festivities came to be known, reunited family and friends through music, dancing, and feasting. Brown was once widely celebrated in Belize town, now Belize City, and villages along the Belize River Valley. Today it has survived in only a few communities. The village of Gilsport, Manatee has remained one of the best places to travel to experience Bram. Located on the stretch of the peninsula on the southern lagoon, Gilsport was established as a Maroon settlement by enslaved Africans who, in their quest for freedom, resorted to running away or revolting against the slave owners. The relative isolation of Gilsport has contributed to the continuity of traditions such as the Bram, which combine the Christmas tradition with African music and dance. In Malangui, as Gilsport is locally known, villagers gather at the northern end of the peninsula around mid-afternoon on Christmas Day. Friends and family, young and old, and even visitors stored in Bram continue to stay in the evening.
Thinking about you recently, all this talk about question. That's what she did. That's all.
Music and dance is central to Bram. Today, the djembe and samba drums are the main instruments used to create music.
This is a good rhythm. This drum was mostly played was always played by the Clovers. And this is a drum that is also not a was played in Moki River and most of the River Valley. Yes, finally, and even when
this guy is a master drummer. Somebody
The use of the gummy in Belize is recorded from far back as 1700s. These instruments can be traced to the period of slavery or African ancestors proudly celebrating their cultural identity. However, by 1796, colonial authorities considered the use of the gummy as a public nuisance, and by 1808, the public meeting passed an order to prevent public celebration and in particular to stop all gummies in Haiti.
Despite such attempts to suppress African culture, the use of gummies survived.
You know what it looks like? The only tree.
Drugs such as Zunzun and Kinkinek have been integrated into the celebration over the years. Efforts are currently being made to transmit the traditional knowledge of making and playing these drums to the younger generation. Organizations such as the National Institute of Culture and History, National Creole Culture of Belize, as well as groups like Drums Not Guns and the Maroon Creole Drum School have implemented Creole drum workshops. Breakdown is a prominent musical genre heard during celebration and is created using a variety of after-school items and other instruments such as the accordion.
Words in their songs that they don't even know what it means. Just passed away in January.
And I want to tell them also.
See that dancing? That's what that's what's it?
That's why I went to that lady's funeral. She's right there. So we're good friends. I went to her funeral. Stand outside. I went in there and we were dancing. That's how I got No. In her funeral, the community gave her goods and dollars, dance and 3 days.
I really think it's time that the guy figured that and he said,
who started.
Yeah. Right.
Don't give him any ideas. Paying for you because it's a 50-50 split, right?
That's an ultimate legal cultivation. You can do that.
Yeah.
Because not because of people that are studying.
So that's if you do for things get toxic. After that, none of that.
Just move away. You celebrate the fact that you say, yeah, let's have a party in your car. Yeah, that's right. What is the when you have a and you have multiple application of the same space, you will develop a description for it, and then you begin to profile the variations. So you know, you have conversion. Yeah. So you develop a general description of the element, and then you begin to say you permitted in this way, and general this way. Because I was thinking about across countries to the local one. You know, we
That's like the Chinese one.
That village is like kind of strict. So I think when you see what there, and they dance up and down the strip. No, you can't. Because you have to, you have to
Thank you. Did you finish? Okay,
Tons of people when you see that Because once I had an unsafe lady there, she pulled her hair out and she kept the power. But when you know it's fascinating, if you look at MS, so now you see all the artwork, like that beautiful kitchen, the reverse. So they can they would have never had a chance to show all the whatever. Now they're doing this. It's fascinating. Whereas, tell you who the person is. COVID also, believe it or not, everybody happy with the organization, moves and culture. We don't do the same thing. We just cut that off one day. Cut it out, man. Shoot, everybody knows we're proud.
Yes. Right. So it has specific to the village.
For those persons who want to return the phones and the boxes and everything, you might be able to do it whenever you want.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. Okay. All right. So which one is it? I had a. I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'm going to let okay. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's not very good. I know you say it.
Oh, that's for,
Yes, we have at the Papa, we have Papa.
But I listen to Spanish. Nonsense.
I know. Well, somebody told me. So I have to all the respect.
Yes, yes.
I believe, would you like me to?
So I'm trying to be there.
Ah, yeah. Yes. I guess the personal ways. Yes, don't worry. We started, no more. Is that because of copyright? I don't want to go to copyright. So it's all. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alright, guys, take your time and hurry. Huh? You did. That's what I said it.
Like, for example, I want to something to like a vendor. So if actually doing something, interviewing myself. Okay, so that's it, because that might be, you might become like the coordinator. Like coordinator. Yes, yes, yes. I think that's good. Yes, it makes sense. Yes, of course. At the same time, people might not be here today. So that at the same time, you're just
I think maybe you could close that down.
Yeah.
Someone is busy by
Oi. All right.
Angles is here. Okay.
our research.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, that's what I can't remember which one you said.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so you can check that's fine.
For that for the teachers training and also because of our people in the ICH.
You know, People want to get a proper description from us. Marlene and oh, that's
That's right. That's what the UN does. Yes, something.
Taxi $415.
Mhm.
Man.
Everyone, excuse me, we have extra 15 minutes after 12, so we're going to stop at 12:15 instead of 12. Oh, okay.
need to be facilitated. You want the truth.
No, it's
No.
Here. Thank you.
I'm not sure what it is you're working on.
PowerPoint presentation.
Talk to Adrian.
Yeah, can we get an invitation to display on the monitor? We sent it?
Yes, arrange that with Matt because he has the main computer. So I don't know if you're using his computer and or you send it to him.
Right.
Yes. Nigel, they're asking if they want to present the PowerPoint to him.
You should send the PowerPoint to what address?
All right.
Admin or not or heritage. Admin.
Put it like somewhere in a chat there, so they could see it.
I could plug, yeah. You see. Yeah, you have to email it to what email address you have? Heritage Grenada or admin@National Trust?
Just tell them whichever one. Just tell them which one you want.
You have, you should have something called heritagegrenada@gmail. Right, so just email it there. Yeah, perfect.
So please email your presentations to Heritage Grenada Act. I'm not sure. Which is it, Karen? Heritage Grenada
at gmail.com. Yeah.
The email presentation.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
All right. All right.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Hola, ¿cómo vas? Ok. Sí, algo de revelar algo, pero no sé cuál es el error, se lo voy a revisar. Wow, dólar. Ok, ok. Ok. ¿En qué quieres que te ayude? ¿Qué estás arreglando? Bueno, dile que no puede. Si quieres llamar al colegio, dile que sí, ya eso lo entendí en el mensaje. Me quedó claro. Gracias. Jose is coming back because we supposedly we should write the check differently. So they need our sign, our initial letters for the amendment of the checks. But I'm going to the car because he cannot be walking.
But the name is
Yeah, but it's in the way that I brought the ciphers. They said that it should say 120 and 50 cents. I'm just going, and they say no, it should be $120 and 50 cents. But it's the first time they're coming with that. Hola. I think that.
I haven't even seen the board. Let me see what this thing looks like.
No, they open it, but you see, they're missing the second one who's missing the headphones.
What's supposed to be there?
Headphones. Amoy? Moin? Amoy? Excuse? Alexander Newton is another one, but he says he didn't open it. I'm missing the headphones.
No, I didn't get to that.
No?
I got that one.
Okay, don't worry. Which is this yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a blue one.
Yes.
I'll do it.
Okay. Thank you. That's, they're beautiful. They're large. Thank you.
I put one up on the chest.
Okay. Yes.
He's returning the phone?
Yes. So I'm putting.
Because
all of them are returning to
all
the
returning.
yeah, all of them are returning. And then I'm putting here in the same list of participant of the second workshop, which one is returning and known is because they didn't.
What we're going to try as far as possible. But we don't know who the phones are going to next time.
No.
Not really.
No, we hope that, yes, we have to have like this type of template that we have them sign that you're receiving a phone in a good condition box with this and this accessory. So this will not happen. I mean, I'm not sure. Anyway, we're returning just 10. The other 13 we are giving back to the community at the end of the school.
You mean the final return?
Yes.
Yeah, right now we can take them back on.
Yes, we have to map. We have to map them. Yes. So Dario is staying with 2 of Nadina and Antonia.
Oh, I see. So
So
coordinator will hold on to those
yes,
for months.
yes,
Months.
yes. So I will ask him to send the code, so I will track them.
We have the code. We have everything. We have.
Yes, the thing is that I didn't bring that list today, so. Yeah, but where did you put it?
Yeah, I'll show you. Go to it. It's in there's something called IT, a folder.
Oh.
The highest level called IT.
Okay, let me go.
In there, I have an Excel spreadsheet, everybody's name.
I thought that we have to create a some dashboard on IT.
Yeah, double click there, you see inside here.
This one.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All the
Yes.
names, their personal phone number, as well as the.
Okay.
Oh.
So we don't have him 28 phones.
We have 20.
Okay, 23. He's gonna try to solve it. Yeah. It's a surprise. I don't want to mention nothing, you know? So once Neil's received the phones, he's going.
They mentioned the problem about they're taking a photo, but
No.
uploaded it to the Dropbox.
No, because they want to use their computer. So their computer, when they try to sign in, the computer recognizes you are a new device, and then so if you repeat it as they did, they repeated because it locked. It's hot. It's hot, correct? So how many persons do we have? Dos, cuatro. Seis, 9, 10, 11. 11 plus 4, 15. I got lost. So we have 6, 9, 4, 13, 16 plus 4, 20, and the last group is 20.
Right.
And the last group is 20. A little bit. So you want to? You want to?
You wouldn't believe, no. I came back and I did the transition. That's why I'm going to this property. I go, I have American license. So a license, and you never want to. Because I didn't transition. It's normally in travel, you take a few days off to get your business in order.
Thank you very much.
No, Yep. I get in something.
Voy para allá, okay. Let me bring one thing. Do you have a pen? No, I have it.
We have it.
Wow, boy. The email is slow. It's downloading, it's downloading, it's downloading, it's downloading. What the hell? You see when you have so many people sharing. Woo-hoo. In fact, I wonder, the internet not coming at all.
Yeah, I had that problem.
Yeah.
So no, followed by team Hermitage.
Wow.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
first time, you know. I haven't.
No, but because the word dollar is already out there.
Yes, but it's
That's why it's there.
It's-
Because everything is $4.
well, of course. But I don't. I have paid
Yeah.
this way, and they haven't already. That's it.
Mhm. No, I'm getting it manually because the internet is not.
It's not performing well.
I'm just.
They have a big thing planned. I don't even know what it's planned. I can't go back there. I can't go back there.
I see a short nail.
Don't play boy. Don't play boy.
I'm sure.
Boy.
I'm serious.
No, you see, it's the oil down of the and all this thing, you see that them those two little shots that Wildcat has given him, it just kicked him. It was lodged in some fold in his head.
You know something, you know, when the queen or any royalty visits and then
He's supposed to be.
Yes, I think so.
There is so much there.
Someone, you can take cultural keep to come in, see? One thing, you ask cultural keepers to come in.
This was Ministry of Culture, correct?
Yeah. Adriana will be giving us a demonstration of traditional.
Guaguanco.
No headphones.
Accompanied by Darren.
I can sing you the chimi chimito. Los chimi chimito estaban bailando el coro. No. I could. Well, I should bring my cuatro. I have my cuatro at home. But I forget about that.
You ready? Already just
Yeah. Wow, a lot of changes in place. Same time.
I'm just worried now if I can't, if I don't make it today, because of the chat. Or extra day or whatever. We'll see.
I want to leave these phones in without headphones because none of them had. Some of them had, but half we didn't.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You see,
ladies and gentlemen,
my liability.
Please take a seat. So those of you who are sitting, please stand, and those of you. Our first group is ready to go now, and they have quite a treat in store for us. Those of you in Zoom land, I'm going to be MC now, the host of this show. Those of you in Zoom land, get ready now. So who's introducing? Is it Declan? Ingrid? Go ahead, the floor is yours.
He's still installing or he's checking with them?
Okay, so we still morning on the afternoon now. Afternoon.
Is he saying? We want to take. He hasn't returned to him yet today. He said he would on the stuff.
Bring us ashore. Bring us ashore.
Oh my gosh.
Good afternoon, group members. We couldn't have asked for a better introduction than the one she has just given us. So as the title slide says, we are proud of our heritage. We are Team Northern Pointers. The head of our team, the ICH coordinator, is Dexter. I just wanted to explain how we were structured yesterday. So Norris and Julie shared the task of doing the interviews and the documentary. Mr. Newton was also a documenter, and I did the videography and photographs. Next slide, please. Right, so the first question that we had to address was to understand what the ICH element is that we were dealing with. So we went to see a gentleman in Chantanal, who in his history told us about the Shawnee tradition from his perspective and his experience. And what we learned there was that the Shawnee tradition is a colorful, and as we can see demonstrated by Judy, a very colorful song masquerade, or a mask that is made at a specific time of the year. Which involves the use of special costumes, again as demonstrated, which consists of the mirrors, the bells around the feet, the mask being a very key element, and just the whole ensemble gives a very visual, spectacular display of what is to come. The white, what is usually a white towel or what they call the sheep head, and sometimes a head kerchief at the top, which is different, and usually made of like a black fabric that has been starched, so it stands up to any kind of shape. And the color,
I wasn't sure.
in a traditional costume, the color usually goes over the shirt. But as I'm a seamstress, I decided to sew mine together for convenience and easier accessibility. Right. So as we said, we went to the village of Chantanal to interview a Mr. Jeffrey there. But what we discovered, what is known is that Shawnee is practiced not just in Chantanal, but in the surrounding villages around Chantanal and other areas in Grenada. And that it is a carnival component which is held annually. So at this point, I'll ask. Yes, do you have anything else to say there? Right. Next slide, please. Right. Again, we have on screen and we have in live an image of Shawnee. So if you've not seen it before, your introduction, this is what it looks like. I got this image from you, so maybe you want to give some background as to where you got the source of the image.
Okay, so I'm part of a children's performing group called Ashanti Footprints, and one of the years we decided to play short.
I know I didn't want to prepare for so.
Right, I got something now. So the paper. So
that's why I'm sure he started playing short.
Okay.
I said, in those days, the shortney was rather a violent mass.
They also call it a mass of pleasure. But it wasn't always about beating someone, because beating people up, because the songs that are sung, there are some songs, the songs are different. You know, there are varying types of songs, and you'll see a little bit as we go on. What Mr. Jeffrey said also was, in the time that when he started as a young person, that in those days only adults and only adult males did shortly, for that very reason, because of the rivalry and the potential for boisterous and even violent outcomes. Yeah. And in recalling that, as mentioned earlier, he gave credit to Bishop, I think it was, who he said helped the transition from the violence to what we now embrace as a peaceful mass. Yeah. What's also of note is that in his family, a tradition, because his son has gone on to play shortly mass, and we also went on to speak to him as well. And also his other son is scholar, the Calypsonian. So the traditional song runs in the family. And Tara Kidd is also a grandson. Or Tara the governor. So well and truly embedded in the family. He talked about the importance of the captain, which he was, of the shortney in his time, being able to compose. He said that was a really important element. And he lamented about the fact that he doesn't see any evidence of that now. You know, he talked about how much it's changed from those days where it was a key element to be able to compose your song, to lead your band, to where now songs are not being composed. In fact, what he sees happening is more what he called road march type songs, you know, leading back to the days when it was a little bit more violent. But I think it was around at this point that we were trying to get him to record songs, which he later went on to do.
He also stated that in his time, every year, he played with a new suit.
Oh, yes.
But he said what they do now is after the play, they wash it and put it away. He said that never happened in his time. You have to find the money and, you know,
forward, back.
Right.
Just point. No.
Nothing's a thing. And in fact, that is what the beating up was actually spurred him into growing up to being a shot.
Right, so a bit more about him. As we know, Mr. Jeffrey, and as I've said, his son, Mr. Hensley, one of screen. Hensley Jeffrey is also a practitioner. Mr. Jeffrey Sr., 85 years old. And his son is about 55, you say. His job in his younger days before retirement, he was a farmer. Judy knows more about that, because Judy was the one who actually introduced us to the family, and we had a really welcoming, a good welcome rather from his daughter in the morning and from himself. And Mr. Jeffrey, like I've said already, he was the captain of his, I'm not sure what it's called, whether it's a band, yeah. He was the captain of his band, and consequently the composer for many of the songs that were played out. Beside captain, we have, in brackets, Chantuel. Captain Singer? Okay, that's fine. All right.
Well, mean someone who sings.
Yeah. Right. In bringing the shortney mass together, we obviously looked at the other people that would have been involved in that, and he spoke about the seamstresses
of the day. He would help to sew the costumes and would make the costumes. He spoke about the mask makers and today. All right, okay, yeah, okay, so we just spotted a slight area there. We'll disregard the last bullet point, we'll speak about that later. But yeah, essentially the two, in addition to the performer themselves, the other key players were the seamstresses and the mask makers. I guess you would collaborate together to put the costumes together, the design and all of that.
The exclusively women, seamstress.
Most likely.
They didn't have much tailors at that.
Okay.
Because I found out that one of my great aunts used to sew the costumes for Mr. Jeffrey's band. And then her sister went to England, and in England, she used to sew costumes for a band in England.
Just a little bit more information, but quite more elegant. As there were very little opportunity, employment opportunity for young people, going either work on conditions or you were in sewing.
Really?
Yes, I wasn't there. Yes, Simpsons is what made people mean
Moving on to the next slide. Here we look at the intangible as well as the tangible elements of shortening. And so, as you can see the list there, reading out the costumes involving on Julie's the mirrors, the headpiece, the mask, which is eloquently modeled, the powder, yes, and the intangible elements were, you couldn't escape the fact that what Mr. Jeffrey was explaining to us to begin with was the rivalry between the villages with the shortening mask, that it was used as a way to tell stories that were happening within the villages. It was used as a way to settle disputes you might have with people. A carnival season was over. That was the end of that. People got back very key components, as I mentioned, that he composed, a lot of. The bells on the feet, the costumes to make because what they didn't have, apart from the songs, they didn't have musical instruments. That's key to know. They didn't use banjos or anything else that you might find in other types of masks. And they made their own music with the sound of the bells and the chanting and the stomping of the feet to create the rhythm, to build a memento for either a potential conflict, potential battle, or potential. And that they used a coded language. So he was careful to say that you wouldn't, he or his son said, you wouldn't address another shortly by their name, because that would identify them, that they would use coded language. Even down to the shoe that they were wearing, they would be careful not to wear shoes that would identify them by other people.
There's a throwback from that as well. The songs is the narrative we have today is extemporizing, because songs are mainly innuendos and music. Who is going to anybody's house in the back door? Or who is putting water in the when he sells it? I was shocked, we don't shop, and it's going to teach you. So all those sort of stories of ability to shop and so on.
Let me ask that part of it. Is it a part of social control, maybe?
Yes.
Don't know. Yes. I really don't know. I can't say that. Like the coding language. know, so a lot of the, so a lot of the physical aspect of, a lot of it is from Europe.
Yeah, there is something that it's connected together. We can say, we talk about the ball and the place people moving, what they saw happen here. Yeah, people gather together when we're playing together.
And it was interesting also when it stopped the transition, when Montreal and Atlanta were interesting, they had grew up in that month. Maybe we have a similar process where we different when you think
Okay, moving on to the next slide. Right, the songs. He spoke a lot about the songs. The road march was used for when you were moving into that rival position. But of late, and maybe just before he exited the hall or he retired during the shortly masquerade, he spoke about moving towards more gentle types of songs. He talked about singing in relation to, I don't know, more religious type of songs involving God and that sort of thing. Yeah.
The songs. The road march. Yeah, the road march. The song that I saw, Captain, bring us ashore, bring us ashore, where the milk and honey flow. So where the milk and honey flows is a beautiful place, and we want to get there. So if we're coming down hill and we meet another, a band is coming up, our captain has to lead us to battle because we have to show that we're the conquerors. And now we never fight, but when we meet the other band, then we sing. We sing and we jump and we chant and call up.
They did part of the road march. There is one thing before you get there. It's also letting people know you are coming and you are coming to us.
So,
voicing the way, get on the way.
So synchronized voice, synchronized movement.
Yes. And harmony, lots of harmony.
As has already been mentioned, that the storytelling element was usually about either, as we've said there, anyway though, so, but current affairs, anyway, like an oral medium outlet.
Yeah. So the songs that I sing are primarily from Prometheus Shortly, which Peter and Tahira and Eugenia and John and JD's group interviewed. So the songs that I know are from that band because that's who I play with. And one of the first songs I learned went like this. Santiano, don't cry no more, Damian Hansu fast, he go dead down in Lassa, he go dead down in Lassa, he go dead like a jack. So that's how I'm from Andy Purcell, Lake of Poetry.
A real demonstration of either the ridicule or telling about the misdeeds of community activities. Yes. And I think, was it really who said specific to the practice? We're going to make a point about that. The songs being specific to the practice.
One chap from Chantinel who was notorious, well known, and one from Plain, and these guys would always be the leader of Plain. And as a young person, I actually saw when the Eastern Montreal Street chased this fellow. He came up and they never went up different parts of town. If you're from Chantinel, you stay low down. If from the other side, you stay up town. And this fellow, Chantinel fellow, actually went up town. And the whole chase he went up to some big was out and staying top around. And it stayed there till not, until that night.
Yeah, Morris was just reminding me that it was, you know, quite ritualistic really, because Mr. Jeffrey talked about a particular command that would be given before they went. Do you recall the
No,
term that
yes,
was
I know
used?
of that.
Yeah.
You imagine your roadman is threatening anyway. And moving into battle. So the captain is going to give his signal. And we go up and they run with the son of a quite often the rest.
So Hensley Jeffrey, it's a Hennessy's son, he was saying that he likes to wear his mask up because he wants people to see who's singing, because he knows he's a good singer and he's a good composer, so he wants them to see who's singing. But when you're going to meet another band, when you don't want anyone to see who's there, you know, they will give a command like mask down or lace up, and everybody will pull their mask down. That's it.
Adriana has a question.
I have a question. In this particular case, if a specific ICH, they are documented right now, this year. Should they, so what is the perspective of the history? I mean, now and then. So because maybe now there's some variation. So do we have to start telling since how it was before?
Not necessarily, but it would be the preferred. I'll tell you why. So that you can explain the transmission part of it from generation to generation, right? So the purpose of inventing and documentation is that as you do it over time, you will determine how often to document this thing. You will be able to track change over time, no? And what are the risks and threats to the element as it goes from generation to generation, right? So that's the advantage of doing that.
Yes, because as I understood previously, it was generally performed by men. So now the woman is part of it.
Right.
So,
Children now.
so when it start that and why? So that's my curiosity.
Right.
Well, an important thing from a technical standpoint, always your description of the element always describe the role of men and women in it, no? Just as a standard practice, okay? So you'll say before it wasn't, but due to particular changes, now women are more involved, more young people are involved, and so on. Before you used to peep through window, that sort of thing, it was a prohibited behavior or practice. Those things that would go into a description, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, next slide. So what's the state of the ICH element? So as Mr. Patrick
coming in Canada, he got together. And we have to sit together with politicians to get into this. It's time to start living their lives and maybe more enjoyable. And so much so that also led to the transition that more females taking part and younger children, well, that's even carnival includes all ages and also, and this is around the time you have the children.
All right.
Okay,
so there is this is an interesting element. Everything keeps coming back about how political influence has affected this particular ICH, no? That's important to document.
And he also said like the political parties in Grenada, like there's a kind of rivalry between people belonging to, especially NNP and NDC. So if the leader of a band is NDC, people who are NNP who want to play might not play with a band. They might leave the village and go somewhere else to play.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner, you spoke to the last point about it being more inclusive now, where when he started, it was male dominated, but now everyone, so both genders and other genders, as the word is straight genders. Both genders are now involved as well as children. So with the violence being removed, it gave the opportunity for it to be more of a family event. Yeah. And that's it. Thank you.
Carnival again, fresh on the line. We telling them what's what's taking part.
I have a question for them. So that I know there's two groups in shot. I want to find out from your what's it? There's three groups in here. No, I mean so I'm here in the but from your group, what's the significance of that? And in terms of the songs, you said that you learned your songs from this group, Captain. Is there any variation, not in the theme, etc., in terms of the melody, the tune, etc.?
Yes, there is. I'm not really sure how to describe it, but Jeffrey was saying that some of the songs he would categorize them as groovy songs, some calypso, and then some soca. So there are really fast ones. There are some with chicken down the road, and then there are others with comments. And the melodies.
With the I'm sorry, one observation about that. In describing the element you want to see, you can identify the genre, maybe the style of the song, so you can describe that. That's not going to be a challenge. You want to try and do that.
Yeah, one final point, and I'm using one of the notes, right? The fact that Carnival, including Chutney, involved the whole day in the
No.
apart from Cuban, so
the 2021.
Now today,
right?
Some parts of the get some.
We're going next. We don't want to ladies there come, so she could actually hit the videos and so on.
Well, that's what this is for.
There will be some
This will do that. Forward and back. She just has to point to it.
Going back to the village.
Yeah.
Away from the city.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Perfect. That's better. 574.
I don't know if it's in the rent, but certainly everybody's either not playing because of the cost or going to St. John's together. Thank you.
Yeah, we asked the questions that you were asking just now about the parlor, but because Mr. Jeffrey has a memory problem, we suspect that he wasn't able to recall everything that he knew about what he for. And so we get an answer to that.
Okay, so let's have them stand in the front, take a picture of themselves. Andrea, you can ask the question.
How long did it take you to put Restream on, and how many people, who helped you get into Restream? Right. Well, I did mine myself, but my experience came from the first time I played, and I realized I would want to be able to put on mine myself. But because sometimes we use a lot of pins too, so sometimes you may have to help someone pin this on, pin the towel. So what I did instead, I got my mother to make me this, which essentially is a kind of hijab, right? And then as I sew this on, I don't necessarily have to pin it, but I pin it so that it's not, so there are pins here, but it's just a few, so I can do it myself. Yeah, but it's a helpful process, you know. People are always asking someone, you know, do this.
The head cutter, one of the type of thing. You put a piece of paper in front of that screen or close that screen. We can close.
No, don't touch anything because you see, leave and start. If I start a new meeting, all these people will get kicked out. But something has happened because one computer is being used for everything. It should have been shared. That's what I mean. So it's a little problem.
So guys, you can take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, while they're doing that, let's sing with them. Yeah, bring us a show, bring us a show. All right.
Thank you. One, one of the explanations for the costume, that a lot of the men had trousers underneath that. And it was to hide
if we use your computer for projecting to the screen, it's better.
The men would have
if we use your computer, so just plug that into your computer, and this is their PowerPoint presentation. Because when we're doing the two, if I share it with people on Zoom, so when I try to do too many things, it's always a problem. So you just projected the screen, and then we good,
All right, so we go with Team Hermitage next.
So yeah, so it's further back. It's further back.
Team Hermitage. So they have a similar thing, so we'll get to compare in a second. So Hermitage, the floor is yours.
Oh, right. So this is the audio.
Promise land.
Everybody, can you give us a few minutes, please? We have a little technical difficulty trying to solve it. Good afternoon, everybody. So, as we started originally, from our little briefing, we went to interview Annie Crystal. She's 54 years old. he started playing shortly as a teenager. He originally resided in, well, he born and grew up in the village, Hermitage, but he resides in Montreach. And so the captain of the Hermitage shot up in that. The band told us has one of the members, the children and women. He's presently the captain. So we have a little information on the those who want to read. Right, so his siblings. Right, so that's a short description of the elders. Well, we already have a little portrayal in front of us. One of the things that the key elements, you have the bells, which is called the willows. There's a difference in the head pieces. Years ago, what he indicated to us was they starched the material using Mayo cassava so that the headpiece can resemble either a goat head or an elephant head. What they do presently now is that they use a bath towel, and which signifies with wire, and that signifies sheep, the sheep head. One of the villagers that came around, we were asked about the glove, and couldn't tell us what it was. But it's something that they do currently. There's a little give and take whether it was previous when it shot. He indicated to us that from the shot originated from West Africa. During the time that playing the shot, it was rivalry between different villages, and the songs or the chant was of the current event that took place in the villages, or it may be political. What he said, they called the song no modern day song. He also indicated to us one of the songs was done by Trinidad. Yes. And it was in reference to the death of Ariel Bulla, and the name of that song was Injustice. So he said they didn't get any royalties, he just had the rights. Just give the rights to the song. So yes, as we have before and after, and then indicating us was a secret that members, and the hustle was a big was playing shop. And I guess it was came about because I wanted to set a score. So if John is last week, and we come in, the whole idea was setting with that nobody knew the individual in the bank. As it is stands currently, everybody knows who's playing. So that's that part there changed in how it was then and how it is now presently. Right. So I think it's recently. Maybe about two or 3 years back, it was awarded by Cultural Foundation, and as I see on the screen, it indicated some of the trophies that he won from traditional mass, which takes place in St. Mark's, and then Carnival, which said they won the Parade of the Band, which is on Tuesday. It also indicated chant. When parade and chant is a little bit for the match. So you have a fast chant when they go into competition. Also into the competition, they have displays. And for instance, on the day of pageant, you have lead singer, and then you will on the stage, you have stage display, showing off the movement. And we had a video with Ray was showing us some of the movements that they would see, that you can see when I'm in the shop. But coming down, he said coming down the hill, like they are coming down in the movement might be a little bit more intense, the chant and the movement as opposed to just chipping and
what he said about their back
is that before they pageant on Monday, try to reach through the villages. Then they assemble down to pageant, and then they come back up on the western side of the island, you stop, you go over and then do a little display again, and then back. On Tuesday, they come down, they will do the village. So they have, because they have members now, not just from Hermitage, but they also have members from Lafayette in Grenada. So they would go over to Grenada, do a little shipping, a little display, and then they come down to town on Tuesday for the purpose. We also indicated what they do, they pass on the eastern side, they will stop at 7 hours, and they will ship from 7 hours all the way down to wherever the competition is by with spice mass. Right. So he indicated some of the major challenges that the band face is that one is lack of sponsorship. Because they have to use for each member, they have to use 7 yards of material to create that costume. And he said the store's head will not carry the variety or the quantity that they actually need. So what he has to do now is get his concession, go down to Trinidad and bring, so that is what he also said when they are parading on the street. It may not be all the DJs, but to respect and to honor the bands, most of them just ignore and keep the music up. So you're not hearing the chants. Whereas some of them may see them approaching and know it and give them that space to do what they have to do. He said that one of the protocols that they do as a band is that they collect their costume on a Sunday, whereas before the people used to hold the costumes and they come together and dress. Now they give the costumes and they go to come back to the house that they would assemble in full with the coat. And you can go home even though everybody knows who's playing, you still cannot go home and display a costume. You cannot put on the costume to walk to the village. You have to go. So there's still a secret, and he said it's just to kind of show off the rival village. So they would go in this house and they would get dressed together. And then he said, like the same thing he indicated on the shoes, but his band is strict white shoes. So that is even though the secrecy of members, people know, but some of the original traditions still exist. Around the bill is either lace or like the bill, what is put over. And he said the significance of the bill is that different bands from different villages will have their own colors. So you can identify the bands based on different color. There's occasion that some bands they have the same color paper. And for their bands, they change their costume every year. And what he indicates that members just don't pay for the costumes. But they would pay for is the transportation. So little fund that you collect anyway within the 6 months until we put it back to develop the back. Right. So we saw the awards and we said one thing that they are going to try to the tradition of the shop be alive, is that it's teaching the times of primary school in the parish of St. Patrick. You mentioned Shanksville, St. Patrick, Anglican, River Sally, and Holt. And he said what they do, I do just before the children to school, we have a little party effect. We invite all the children to play the band, and we also give them things they have to use, school items. So that is one way that the shopping tradition that area. Oh yes, and yes. Also indicated that what Taylor would do is that he would put up if this year they're using orange for the bib, put a red piece of material in the window. In case of a bad pass, or when the teenage playing with so that's still, even though the secrecy, even though the secrecy of the members not there, but it's a certain element that is still keep that level of. So to him, no, they want that element of surprise. So they kind of try to show all the things, and so they try to say, oh well, okay, committed using red, but it's just a decor. Just let the secret. Oh yes, and it's kind of the powder. So I did ask what was kind of the powder, and he said it can be used as a thank you when you give them the token. And he said what they did years ago is that would have this socks. So they put a little token in the socks, because the costume is made with plastic and it fits smoothly. We'll take the socks with whatever they get and put it in the pants waist. And the public see that thank you. Give them an intimate. So what happened? People know because they don't want one powder on them just feel good. To avoid and mirrors as to help us see what the reverend band will be up.
Is that it for you? Inherited?
Yeah, don't anybody ask
There's some follow-ups that we think that can be done for us, and we didn't ask the question, other forms of that, other forms can easily influence the other influence. Give us an understanding of the other types of masks that have disappeared from the community. And saying that to say that we shot this in good hands. We also have to, in terms of recording, we have to the possibility of going back there to actually be embedded in the culture, to see how they practice, how they prepare, and so on. Because apparently there are certain protocols that they follow. So he says, for instance, when the first practice, he will announce the first practicing is at this at the junction. They march and go to a kind of secret place. That's where they do all the songs and so on, so nobody know. And there, as Carnival comes closer, they will then practice every night.
Wait, and one thing he said was the practice, once Carnival is announced or launched, then the practice starts. So whatever month Carnival, say for this year, depending on when Carnival, they start practicing as of June. They don't have a specific hour time to cut off. So if they say they start practicing at 9 or 8 in the 9, it can go until. And then the next thing he indicated was, even though he is the main composer, like for the chant and stuff, if a member comes up with an idea, then they look at the idea and something else.
wondering what happens to the costume from this year? Seeing that they changed it here, what? Well, I guess as much members, from you who the costume. Because he said, what did they change for his back? Every year they have a new costume. So, yeah, because it said 7 yards. Yes.
Oh, I want to ask this question. I know back then, what we used to do, we used to send to Grenada to ask for his costume. Yes, I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but I know when my dad used to play with him, they used to have to bring him costume. Because people wanted it. Because people wanted it. I'm not thinking. I don't know. I think I donated to them. I donated to them. I don't know. Right. Just like making something. We didn't have a choice.
That was, I was present. One comment on that picture. If you could go back. I was present and they were waiting where to interview him actually. But so before he came, he said the letting is actually going on, and that's where he sat. But the advantage of doing something like that is that it also gives you an indication of the time, right? That you can do that sort of thing through imagery, you know. All right. I want to ask you something. Did you notice how the two different presented on the same subject? Distinction. What would you recommend in terms of being able to put together a reasonable document and inventory of this particular element, given what we don't know just from these two groups? How would you recommend doing those?
I would say merging the information together so that you could come up with
right. Not definitive, but rather maybe more holistic or
collaborating with the key with us.
And Peter mentioned, we did ask about traditional math, we did mention the white Indian and his take on it was because leadership that most traditional math in the area.
Another should also point out this, that maybe by doing that kind of thing, taking part of a public process, but also be developmental if the practitioner bring harm for them. Oh, that's one day, you know what I mean? So that's something about it. Yes.
I don't know if it's
so did you learn anything like a chant or dance from your inventory yesterday that you can share with us?
Well, Judith
that's another problem.
One of the events, we had we trying to see if we can upload that song. They showed us some of the moves, and we actually were involved in singing that song and trying to mimic some of the movement that
Just to add what you're seeing right there, that appears to be a picture, it's actually a video of all of us performing in the same chant with him and another shot.
What an orange would be on a shot,
The one that wears the glove.
So he is the one that indicated about the glove. That's because he said that only member of the band wears. So you didn't show if it was something that
something that was part of the original costume, but he just doesn't.
So at the end, we'll ask Judy to lead one of the songs and we'll sing it. So we'll just move on from that. So Judy will lead us in the song and you will remind us. You want to put it one in Parliament.
So you guys, let's give them a round of applause.
You want a shot in Parliament? Different songs for different occasions. So they will play at weddings and occasions like those. And there's also a song specific for lamenting. They will sing it in a lower tone, especially if they kind of social commentary, you know.
All right, so they want shot in Parliament. You have politicians who are Calypsonians and some Americans. Daryl, which one is it?
I don't know.
Flashback?
No, I don't have anything. No, I don't have anything here. So who's the next presenter? Who's the next presenter?
Okay. The Andrea, your group. You emailed it. You said. Do you have it? Do you just plug in? Maybe.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Wait. If you could sit. Well, you could sit here. If you, no, I don't want to move this. It's just a matter of over by Nigels. Yeah.
She's talking.
Yeah. Okay. And all the cables.
Plenty
cable there.
The audio. Right.
Just US, thank you. Oh boy. No HDMI equipment. Ah, no. HDMI, no. Yeah, yeah. HDMI. Wait, I'm trying to think. Of how to solve that. How to solve that.
Please let me know if you will have the time to indulge in this traditional activity. Thank you. I don't want to see one thing. I don't
Did you check the volume? Let me see. All right, let's hear from poetry team. Creative women. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Grenada.
Creative women present drum poetry, drumming traditions and expressions. Next slide, next slide. It's lagging.
Okay. Go back to just restart the PowerPoint.
Sorry.
Okay, ICH parents. We had Mr. Nigel today, Owen Francis, and Mr. Andy, and they are members of Tunda, by the way.
Okay, so drums are spiritual. Drum is not culture, drum is religion. And that's what we do to spread the word. And that's a quote from Mr. Niger himself. You have a copy on this point.
Niger to Miss Joyce Bond. My mother was Joyce Carolita Blossom. And my father was Papa George. And George, my mother's father. I was born in 1966. And I went to school. But my mother was a teacher there. And I did well in school because I come out with an education. But I grew up in Fontenoy. And let me tell you about Fontenoy. It was a nice village, full of activities. So we used to play reviews, islands, right? But our house was in the middle of houses. To the north was Frederick and Cecilia, who we are not married, as your grandmother. To the south was Miss Mary Washington. To the east, we had Miss Melvina Prime, and to the other side, we had Miss E, and that was a U1 future. So we were surrounded by this Caribou Abidjan, and the culture was deep. But behind the house was Tati. That was the landlord of the students. And Tati was a papa. I was so you know. So I thought I was like, but I was going to shoot from my spirit. So that I can't something. I shot with my drum. And I beating with the blood and singing. I am Niger.
Okay, so that's a bit of the interview. Drumming in Grenada originated in West Africa. Came to Grenada via different tribes through slavery, the transatlantic slavery trade. So basically, we developed the art of drumming from our ancestors. Drums were used to spread the word, a secret language that the masters need to know. So it was a form of communication for the slaves. Drumming accompanies song, dance, and poetry at a variety of events, festivals, and celebrations. It is a healing instrument. There is power in the drum. Drums cannot be taught. You have to touch the drum and get familiar. The instrument. There are many types of traditional drums, including conga, djembe, bass drum. Each drum has a different sound, and each area of the drum makes a special sound. In St. George, many different rhythms are played. You have the heartbeat, tempo, albaro, and shango rhythms. Next slide. Tangible elements. The drummers perform in their shekis and other African style. Ideally, they are shirtless, and that's to allow free movement. And sometimes they go barefooted. There are special drums for each drummer, and each plays a different role. Next slide. The distribution. Drums are played in Tivoli, Town of St. George, Caribou, and Fontenoy. The Tunda drummers have played at
St. George's Anglican Senior School, Trade Center, Marisha Cookhouse, Marisha House, the Cook Theatre, Maroon Festival and Caribou, Martin's Hall, Kimani James Boulevard, that's the Super Master shop, and the National Stadium, especially at Independence celebrations. Safeguarding drum poetry, education, history, playing, students in schools, for example, the St. George's Anglican School, performance and display, Caribbean Festival, Tivoli Drum Festival, craftsmanship, local practitioners make drums for themselves and others. Threats to drum poetry, lack of raw materials for making the drums, lack of craftsmen, lack of financial support, lack of respect, acknowledgement, and remuneration of the practitioners. For the practitioners. Next slide. In the moment, I'm just going to share again with you. This is Team Creative Women in Action. So that's another usually happening So here we see that the tambourine instrument presentation. There's so much more we could do, but because of limited time,
Okay.
Any questions?
Good. So yeah, ask some questions. Monty, ask some questions, Monty.
We all get the spirit.
Are you ready? We have no drums. We didn't ask Monty.
How are they connected to the drums and the
Nigel's drum is actually based by Monty. They wanted to create a share with us that there was a competition. It was a competition for established drum groups, and Gil said he took his students from Hindley and he entered them in the competition. And they won the competition against all of the established groups, and he had only been teaching them for a very short time. And these little kids came in with their fresh drums, and they beat all of the established groups.
Okay.
And as a piece, a short piece, good faith, he did suggest that maybe they just do a little show, just for fun. Because after beating them, this was them, together. Yeah. What ended up happening was that Yeah, they went and they had they set up a festival and they did everything out him. They never invited the family. So in terms of he doesn't pay much for everyone to interact with everyone. Yeah, it's not a bit of pride.
Do you think there's a what's the source of it? You think?
Well, I'm not sure because they also talk about festivals and then giving them, and he's never been invited.
That's yeah, that's one of that festival used to take place the weekend of Easter. So they would bring, they would have dancing, they would have drumming, they would. I know, like from experience going to the festival, they would have drummers from different islands. Sometimes would come over to do like drumming.
Glad that the drums are getting out there, people are playing it. It's just cool. He seems a little bit how they never invited him, but
Another thing I want to add, another thing I want to add is that he said he didn't feel that the drum was under any threats because basically it's part of our culture. It's all over in different communities, and so he didn't feel that it was in any direct threat, and that the drum was here to stay. It's part of our heritage and it's here to stay.
oh yeah, there is the ritual element where they have said that you don't pass over your drum, you don't stand up and walk over it.
Yeah, you walk around the drum and you don't touch the drum as well.
And some persons, the drum is very personal to them, so they don't want to really share it with other people, have other people touch it like you. Yeah. I mean, he had a drum. He was like, "Dog, my drum," and we're only women in our group, so I guess we're not playing.
Well, historically speaking, it was only one group from West Africa. It's in recent years there are no women, but generally was the blacks. But also in everything, it was always rivalry with drummers, especially like in Africa. There were special herbs used that drummers would be with to protect themselves from other drummers. So they had that tribalism. Because some drummers would feel I'm better than you, or I'm this day, I'm that. But drummers in the Caribbean have different influences. Because as we said, the Baptists, and then you have the Shango, and then people learn drum otherwise. Yeah, so you have to look, if you listen to certain drummers, you'll know exactly what their background in drumming.
Where they learned it from, you know? Let's give them a round of applause.
Come a little bit more central so Adriana can get
creative
drummers, I think we should call them.
From those that are listening, which one was the best drummer from what you could tell? I personally prefer the Marine Band. All right. So we have two more. Thank you, ladies. We have two more groups, and they just not. No, I shouldn't say just. But they have in the Ministry of Culture. They have a YouTube video. It's already on YouTube. They didn't waste any time.
The feed for the
We have a new student in class too. I saw a new student walking earlier. Could you please introduce yourself? The lady sitting in the back.
boss. Anyway, to trans.
All right, can you type it? Can you see that? Type it.
But if it's the YouTube already on YouTube, it's source.
Yeah, what happened? She has to publish it. So she trying to type the link right now. Yeah, we're almost there. Hungry, June?
Don't want a riot.
I know.
Hypoglycemic.
Yeah, I know. Same thing. I always have us. Almost done. Want to give the cultural people. We have a grand performance lined up. We have singing, dancing, poetry, performing arts, all the domain. See what happened? They have it. Could you open the email here? Your email? It's in your email apparently.
No, it was sent as an email. I could just send the email to you, Nigel. All right. Ingrid Lewis? No. Carvelet? But it says CMOS. Okay. Okay. Nigel. Oh, shucks. It went. Yeah. Okay. You got the email? The other thing we could do is just you got it, right? Right. Cultural commandos, right? Yeah. Yep. Cultural commando. Yeah. Hit play. It's okay. It's just that the internet is very slow.
So the culture commandos.
Good afternoon. And we were given this wonderful culture, and so we just ran with it. So I hope you have your children. I had this
video. And so my team and I will get to know a little bit about us a little bit. And the questions you have, we'll be able to put it in. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
So we have to stop this.
Yeah, and I think they would all respect each other. It's okay to come back after lunch.
Yes.
Now, my thoughts described by one limited potential of this industry.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. morning had a discussion over this. I think with the team, culture team, and we were talking about we concluded the skills and practices associated with CMOS, no? You see and it's important how you frame it. If you're going to invent it as an ICH, right? You say industry, that gives the impression of more commercial activity. So you want to think in terms of the skills and practices associated with it. And then you can talk about the food and all the other, So what the question I have for you before we break for lunch, what is the long-term prospects for inventory? What remains to be done for you to fully document this element?
Okay, so what you may not the video is that they were actual tracks that are really talks that have and so they will be anything from the how to harvest, how to plant, how to grow. And so as time goes on, you have more persons being involved. But you need to remember that before it was wild CMOS growing in the sea. You go in the sea and you just stop CMOS from where you get it. After a while, what happens is that you have over-harvesting. Once you over-harvest it, you don't have any more to just walk in the sea and collect. So the idea of learning from the region and being able to implement it here has really shown that we can take what you can even in the education of new traditions. Because the tradition was that as a family, you go to the sea, you pluck the CMOS, and then you go you talk to the guys to make whatever thing that they need to that they need to make with the sea. And you know the CMOS right? But I don't get today that CMOS is good. I am very happy that I learned something. So what I want you to know, take a look at the CMOS. Pass it around. Most of you saw it already. Take a feel of it. You'll realize that it's bigger and the normal CMOS gets more in the wild. But what I learned from research is that take 8 weeks to mature. So what they're doing is now into 28 days. And so every 28 days, they can make 2,000 pounds of dried CMOS.
It's very good. I am sorry to interrupt. What happened? They just informed us that the closing at 30. But out of respect, I would have wanted us to know it won't be possible. So out of respect for the last group, we just go have lunch because they're about to close. Then we so we can see the last group and wrap up for the week. Be so kind.
Let's do lunch in half hour.
Yeah.
Maximum.
Yeah.
We'll be back at 2:03. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Good night, Junior. Travel this evening. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, everything. So remember, I can still be in touch with you anyway. So please move over. I think you're moving at
Now you're talking.
One of my rebels. One of my
Well, Trouble. When you reach the headline of the national Come. Who's joining in? All right. Huh? Oh, you joining.
Yes.
I will go along in a minute.
Judy, thanks for bringing us home. Judy bring me to play 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll come afterwards.
One more. You know, see, you have black meat.
Good to go.
All right.
My new friend.
Okay. My new friend. Want to get a nice background, right? The arm extended. Right.
Good one.
Wow.
I'll send this to you.
Thank you very much.
When your eyes align with the eyes of the
But that's the last one. Oh, okay.
That's scary.
Yeah, let's go grab because
Yeah.
it happened.
There'll be consequences.
So rotated.
Rotate. Yeah, all right.
Never had roti there, so I'm making roti bread tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
For the crowd, yeah, I want to win.
So we then.
Now you're reading, so, see, I'm supposed to do that interview. Very,
Hold on. And I see you put something in the, you have something in the press. I said something.
Oh, yes, I saw. If you do me a favor, let me go over there because I have to do this interview. If you do me a favor and ask them to put something green up,
I'll talk you back.
You want some other thing?
Just something basic, only vegetables, all of the vegetables are You do it in front of the banner. So do it in front of the banner. No, I'll do the interview right with the banner behind.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
All the teams.
Oh yeah, man.
It's the mark.
Yeah, you know when you and it's when you actually do it, you realize what you can do. You know, realize what you can do. The challenge that you all will have will be keep them engaged. That will be a challenge.
You see, that is why this point, the idea of the coalition of the coalition of the
Right. That's the challenge right there, sir. You don't want to too much time to pass. And they're not seeing you. Especially the ones who are not playing mass and that sort of thing. New meeting.
You call it the final question?
No, the Zoom. You have to come logging in.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Don't forget to your glasses or your shoes up on top of your head.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
That's.
Hello, Vernon. Well, am I outside now? All right, good. 1 second. Let me adjust this. 1 second. One second, sir. Oh, no. All right. Oh, okay, good. All right, sure. Not bad, excellent. Nice place, good weather, beautiful people, Nice experience so far. No, actually we fell behind by behind schedule. Because of the nature of the work, We're actually trying to combat sessions that are supposed to run up to 3:30 into a shorter time, so it's challenging to do that, It's the culture, people always, it's important that people express themselves, And so, but it's been an excellent week. An excellent week, nice in terms of the work we have set out to do. In terms of the work we have set out to do, the groups are now presenting the results of their documentation in the field yesterday, And so far, it's been excellent. I have a lady standing right in front of me, Miss Jolie, who she was demonstrating to us the chutney, Chutney. Yeah. She's fully dressed and performed for us, because I think she's a member of one of the bands. You can hear the music in the background. Sure. Sure. No problem. Right, so let's get started. All right, well, first off, I would just like to introduce yourself and just give me a little bit of background to your experience. Yeah, so I'm a UNESCO facilitator in the 2003 convention for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. So that's the technical description of my roles on facilitating the workshop for UNESCO. On behalf of UNESCO, but for the country of Grenada, so it's proud of my heritage project, which was approved for funding and implemented by the Grenada National Trust. So but in terms of my own professional background, I have an educator in multidisciplinary history, economics, political science, and education. So I've had my formal education in those areas. But I was also the head of a focal point agency in Belize for implementing the convention. So at one of the Belize's cultural institutions. So I will be the short version. Short version of it. Not a problem. So I would just like to just quickly just compare your knowledge as to critical areas concerning intangible cultural heritage that is at risk, and just comparing these to what you know. I'm sure you get a better snapshot as to what's happening in Grenada. Is there any comparisons that you could make? Anything similar that's going on? Well, I would want to compare, but I want to make some observation. One of the things that I realize here in Grenada, as in many places in the region, communities, individuals are already involved with trying to safeguard aspects of our cultural heritage, of your cultural heritage. So I've had the opportunity to meet drummers, chutney, band leaders, singers, dancers, and people are already intimately involved in safeguarding. So really and truly, what we're doing with the project is just trying to assist with implementing and continuing to do that work, but through the lens of the convention, where you can systematically pursue protecting and safeguarding the Grenadian heritage. No? So like anywhere else in the world, you have your own particular ways of living and being, some of which might be shared with other territories, with other countries. So the Caribbean, what we share in common is our Afro-African heritage. You know? And so what tends to happen is that heritage evolves and emerges in the context of where Africans live and settled and were able to pass on those practices, beliefs, and ways of living from generation to generation. So we have some things that are shared, and some things that emerge because in the Grenadian context. No? So that's always important to remember. A lot of times we don't realize how important something is. We even take it for granted. So when other persons might come and look at it and find real appreciation and cultural value in it, meaning in it. But a part of this exercise is the self-reflection that we go through, and I say we, I mean along with the participants of the workshop. We begin to realize the role of culture in development. Nothing happens. I was mentioning to our participants on the first day. Nothing happens in terms of development that doesn't come from human creativity. Think about it, right? Temples aren't built, forts aren't built, food isn't made, and crops don't grow. Nothing happens without human creativity. So it was a good reminder to us that culture is in fact important. No? There's not, you remove the people, there is nothing but nature. No? Left, I suppose. And nature will not run computers, nature will not make drums, nature will not dance chutney, nature will not make oil down and all of these things that are part of the heritage. No? So it's just empowering a reinforcement of who we are, who you are in Grenada as Grenadians. Identifying what that is, documenting it so that it can find its way into your schools, can be taught in schools, and by that way develop what you call the appreciation, the respect, and thereby giving these ways of living and being that have been passed from generation to generation, giving these things a chance to survive into the future, so that our children might and learn what are the values and functions within it. Right? So that's the spirit of what we're doing here.
I would like to get an idea in terms of the tools and methodology and tools that we use, in bringing across, like pathing on the participants or the importance of understanding how to go about preserving our cultural heritage, and what are some of the concepts that they should be aware of at the end of the training.
All right, so this particular workshop is called the Workshop for Community-Based Inventory. So the convention has an article, which is an obligation, Article 12 of the convention, says that states are to endeavor to put together, create, establish one or more inventories of its intangible cultural heritage within its territory. So that's one of the few obligations that the convention makes on states. And inventorying as a process is seen as a safeguarding exercise by itself. So let me explain what inventorying means. In layman's terms, it's having your communities, groups, and individuals who are interested go out into your communities and to document aspects of living heritage in Grenada. Documenting it, by when I mean that, you meet with the practitioners, the knowledge bearers, you'll profile them, find out who they are as individuals and their practice. What are the ways and processes involved in the practice of a particular living culture? Like you're talking about chutney. If who is involved with chutney? Where did it come from? How is it practiced today? Who practices, right? Where? And so you develop a full profile of it so that you understand it more than just in just a superficial manner. This is something you might be very well mean that it's to enjoy it, of course. But when you understand the nuances of it, it helps you to look at it in a more meaningful way. And then the awareness that comes with that helps you to theorize. It helps you to think about it as something being important to the culture of Grenada and something that needs to be safeguarded. So when you document it, each of these what we call elements of Grenadian culture, you put it into what is called an inventory. So you have, just like how you busy use the term inventory of products and goods, this is an inventory of living heritage. And then when you do that, the idea is that you will look at those that are endangered and then decide if the communities, along with the communities, if these are things that they want to safeguard. And if you want to safeguard it, then along with the government, the National Trust, and the communities, ideally you want to brainstorm about how to safeguard those things before they disappear. No? In some rare instances, communities might even decide that they want to revitalize a particular practice of heritage which might have gone near what do you call it, non-practice or non-existent, but it has relevance today. Extinction, yeah. You want to use that term. But the communities realize that such a thing might have value today. That can even be undertaken in terms of revitalization. But that altogether, that is what UNESCO, when Grenada ratified the convention, that is what Grenada agreed to do. Set up an inventory so that from that inventory we can have information that can be used for teachers to teach in schools, for persons interested to just go on websites and read up accurately about what the practice is, to give communities their due. No? Many times these things are practiced, but for some reason, what countries don't do is that we don't big up the cultural practitioners in ways that we should. We just take them for granted, right? And when you really skim through it all, realize that these are the people that have to bring, to be recognized, to bring the most value to your culture. Right? I don't know if you ever thought of it, but it's a regional concern where cultural practitioners generally don't get the attention. And this is one way of getting them involved in the practice of self-documentation. It's a way of getting them the recognition and respect they deserve for keeping particular traditions alive, things that we can take for granted, and then possibly even using what comes to them naturally to support ways in which they can make a living from it, right? And this is something that UNESCO tries to bring emphasis to, right? having the communities recognized for their work, having them and assist supporting them in safeguarding their living heritage practices, and where possible, supporting them so that their intangible cultural heritage or their living heritage can be used to support them in terms of their livelihood in sustainable ways. You know? So that's the summary, I suppose, of what we're trying to cover here this week. In addition to, of course, participants were able to do field documentation techniques, photography, interviewing, developing questionnaires, doing previous research about what they were going to go document and prepare for that. And then to eventually what was happening here this afternoon is that they had put together some very nice presentations of the what will become a part of Grenada's inventory of intangible cultural heritage. And I want to emphasize that the workshop had good representation from all three of your main islands, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So you had representation from all three. And so what the talk is right now, and you can confirm this maybe with Carol Brathwaite from GNT, is that they have agreed that they will put together a national inventory which has included in it elements of living heritage from all three territories, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. And then that will become the national inventory of Grenadian intangible cultural heritage. You know?
All right, I'll definitely have to follow up on that. I'm trying to get an idea because I know technology must play a role in this. Because that's one of the ways that we preserve things. Specifically as to the role that technology plays in restoration.
Okay, good. So one of the things that happened here, at least for the first time in my experience in doing this work, is I've worked with the Dutch territories, Kitts and Nevis and Belize in this. One of the things I'm seeing here for the first time is that the trust proposed the use of telephones for the participants to use the telephones to document what they see and hear in terms of the interviews and the elements and so on. And which I found very novel because what it does then is it makes culture accessible to a tool that most people have currently, right? And so when you combine the knowledge of the documentation and inventory with that simple tool, people realize that there is much that they can do with the phone. So they use the phone to record audio, they use the phone to record video. Demonstration. They learn what types of photographs to take and how to use photographs to tell a story. They put together PowerPoints. They learned how to describe the elements, right? So that had a function. But in terms of what outputs can be used, so that you can produce no documentaries, information can show up on websites. And we're talking about accurate information at the media type, no? Talking accurate information coming from the communities themselves. And then all of a sudden, a thing can be safeguarded because more information is out there about it. So when people see it, they can understand it and understand why they might be finding it entertaining or why they might be have been participating in it for all their life. Some people have been performing some of these things in the course of their life, but it now allows them to discover more meaningfully what it is that they've been doing. But the technology plays a major role there. One of the things that we talked about with the trust has to do with this idea of putting together a centralized system of storing the information that's collected. They have a unique system developed where the information that's in a phone gets put into a cloud that's managed by trust, and then later on they'll be able to bring all the information together and have information on the particular elements here in Grenada. Right? So this it allows you to have information available for the future. And it's one of the pioneering years from what I understand from the Grenadian context, because I know you have concerns about the national library system, national archives, and so on. So in the absence of that, this project also will facilitate the collection of information now in a centralized way, and an accessible way, using technology such as the internet and cloud and later on, as they begin to produce documentaries and so on about the living heritage, you'll have a little bit more sophisticated equipment to help do that, no?
Not too long, but my final question, in terms of, because I know the next aspect of this project is but what I'm trying to get across, I'm one of the they're using the metaverse to be able to educate, the students.
In Trinidad, you said?
No,
China.
China. Yeah, China using the metaverse. A lot of their culture, heritage is dying out because the younger generation. When I was there, I some of the kids
Not everybody knew Kung Fu, no? Yeah.
So right, my question is, one, because really, utilize technologies to kind of, get the younger generation interested.
Right.
Just the next piece of the project.
Good. So an interesting thing that I was able to observe, I said that they trust their answer something. Because I said, look at this. We're in this workshop and everybody has out a phone. I said, where in the world do you go to a workshop and you're using your phone? Right? And then pre-COVID or prior to, how about the phone people are saying you're being disrespectful and so on. But the kids today, all the kids have their phone, their parents purchase the latest phone and so on. And they know how to use them better than the older heads. So why not take advantage of them, show them the more refined techniques in it, and then have them look at their cultural spaces, and then that will be an immediate connection between them and their heritage, and the awareness of their heritage, and thereafter the respect and probably the practice of the heritage. Right? Because as I understand it now, in some of the elements, young people are involved, in the drumming, in the sharpney, whereby before some of it may have been restricted to adults. Some of the elements now involve children, and so that's another way of their involvement, not only in the practice of it, but in the documenting of it. Right? So imagine teachers asking kids to take video of sharpney, take video of drumming, or whatever the other elements might be, their community, their grandmother cooking a particular type of food, their grandfather planting in a particular way to make a particular product, that sort of thing, and so it empowers the children using a tool that connects them, that allows them to connect to their culture right away, and then connect their culture to the rest of the world. Because normally, we're consumers of culture. In this case, it allows the kids to be producers of culture. And to transfer it. Yeah, so after this phase, you have a number of teachers here and a number of trainers and coordinators. You'll be working with, I think, one or more pilots. So first with the teachers who will then train the children, and they'll be getting the required permissions and so on. They'll be getting the permissions to engage in this process. The same thing that the adults did here, along with a few youth. The same thing that they did here. They will be training the children to do I think in July, is it July through to August, I believe? July and August. Right. So it's the same thing that will happen. And that cycle is expected to continue for the foreseeable future, So this is not something that's one-off. You expect it to go from strength to strength in terms of the continued documentation of the tangible cultural heritage of Grenada. So thank you for the opportunity. With the convention as a whole, our knowledge about the convention. Right. And the second one deals with community facing. But I just wanted to say thanks for the opportunity. Grenada has a lot to offer the world, and I encourage Grenada to take advantage of that as a protect Grenada culture and not to take it for granted. All right, thank you. Yeah, please. Okay, sure, I'll do that then. Thank you. All right.
You okay? You okay? Because I study now, we had to carry the same thing out today.
Yeah, well, I already saw that. I already asked Peter to get it
put aside.
Yeah, ask him to bring it. We have to get it. If you don't need a little while.
Okay, you want to eat here then?
Yeah, I'll just snack while we're. I knew something like that. You have 15 minutes, remember? Okay. Yeah. Bobby or maybe.
Glenroy and Hampton and me and all that.
I know.
We also need to have some.
They might keep it going. I just know why I left that. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I know you always a rock in the long time.
Las otras rebeldes, las otras rebeldes, no, rebelde, bueno, no, no.
All right, so we're back.
Are you recruiting?
Say that. Let me call everybody. Hey, who said that? Who said that?
Sure, I remember. Yeah. So she was just pointing out. Like the real.
So, to wrap up, I apologize to the Ministry of Culture. We're trying to get lunch. And we forgot to take their pictures. So we could please go to the front so we could take pictures. No. The Ministry of Culture is clearly a key partner in the work going forward. No? And so I can't emphasize that enough. That the longevity of the implementation of the convention will rely on the work of NGOs like the Trust, which are, by the way, one of the actors in the convention, but it is the state that ratified. Don't forget that. So while you have made a bold step in terms of the Trust taking the lead in this project, one of the things that will inevitably have to happen in the future is that your people in culture and tourism will have to play a more collaborative role and hand in hand so that Grenada is able to go from strength to strength with this. Let me tell you what I mean. I'll give you an example. When we started the work of implementing the convention in Belize, got the same thing, got $100,000. So what I lobbied to do, what I lobbied government to do, was to begin to make an annual subvention toward implementing the convention. So I said, okay, I said, look, it's almost like a shame thing, no? The UNESCO give you 100,000 and you allocate 50 every year for the next 10 years. Wait, we've got the picture. Yeah. Hold on, we have to get us to that film and but you notice I'm talking about the culture people in the center, the ministry people in the center. Deliberate. Right? So you almost have to lobby government, allocate resources to complement sources of funding that may come from other places. Another source of funding will be the private sector. Right? You might want the private sector to adopt particular elements even as safeguarding interventions. You have to get creative, right? Just think about the end goal all the time. Safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage elements, whatever they might be, making interventions for those that are endangered, and keeping those that are alive and well, continuing to support them. Right? Don't make the mistake. Oh, Chapney alive and well, that's not going extinct right now. And you left Chapney alone, and now all of a sudden drumming getting all the support. Eventually, you see Chapney begin to go like this. So you have to be conscious of all of these factors, right? This kind of work. So let's give the Ministry of Culture, who are attending remotely, and please pass around this CV. And gentlemen, you know what? A cultural thing, I call it CV. It's a CV, right? Gentlemen, please take a little bit out of your back. There's a disclaimer, Gloria. That's a disclaimer. Don't take too much. Consult the doctor. In all language is such a thing, especially the interview is kind of marketing, is a fish seller. And there was this crime that happened right next to him. And so the media went to interview him about what's up. And he said, Mr. Nunes, what did you say? I was right here, selling the front, the jack for the back, the barrel for the arrow. Just like that, just sharp it up from the head, half of his head, before he told the story. So what do you think happened? No one remembered the crime. Everybody talking about the front, the jack for the back, the barrel for the arrow. Jesus, Caribbean people, serious. Anyhow, hopefully those people have to won't understand what I'm saying.
And they love it.
Which one? Proud of my heritage? Yeah. PDF?
Yeah.
All right, so we have Maria and Alicia from the reggaeton.
No, we have Marlene.
Maria,
Alicia,
and Marie.
Do we need sound? No sound, right? You don't
Not
need
at the
sound.
moment, but we have sound in there. We need sound.
Okay, well, connect this.
one of my heritage students pick up a prize in 2022. They go that, and so when you have that there, like a major event going on. Nice, nice. Yes, Marley, did you bring the poll by any chance? No, by any chance?
Oh, you need to know the
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see what.
Thank you.
Why is that happening? Getting feedback. Could you check the participants? Anybody here on Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah.
See who has a mic on. We might have paragraph. One mic on.
Okay. All right, so a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into this, so whether you like it or not, this is so we want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to go into the field to learn about these awesome elements of our heritage. Cultural Keepers investigated, as we said this morning, the maypole dancing and weaving. Members of our group, Marlene, Kelvin, Delicia, Maria, and Gloria, very committed members of this team. Here we have the preliminary planning. So this is being very diligent there, paper and pen in hand, and trying to really make sure that things are prepared.
I feel like that photograph was Photoshop.
Olives are sealed.
Which one? That one right there.
So we the two elements again, craft, weaving, and maypole dancing. And so we have pictures of both of them. That's the maypole that the children had yesterday, and this is made in Grenada. The beautiful, unadulterated hands of Miss Antoine, nice and black. That's what she did with her own hands. So there's Lady Cheryl Antoine, the practitioner. She lives at Pomeroy St. David and grew up in Windsor Forest in the parish of St. David. She practices the art and craft, the craft of weaving in Pomeroy where she lives. She shares it with the community, the school community, and the teachers, and so she has always been doing that. But maypole, she has practiced as a child, as a young person, in the community of Windsor Forest. That's one of the places where in St. David's, maypole really stayed alive for a long period of time. The process of craft making, she inherited from her parents, primarily her mother. They learned to use these items from the environment, from the lauma plants and wild thyme. That's what they used to create the craft, different types of craft. She shared that she determined whether it was right for cutting based on the moon. So they have the calendar that they use, the McDonald Almanac, yes. That was what she used as a guide to determine when to cut. And she also paired that up with the taste of the plant. So knowledge is really important. Depending on what you're making, you cut the plant at a different time. That's what she shared. And when you cut the plants, particularly the lauma plants, you would you can use different parts of the plants to make different things. I found that to be very interesting. All right, so we're going to share with you now a bit of a video as she speaks about her craft.
Where we playing the song because I'm getting feedback there. Oh, it's possible.
The volume is on the speaker box.
Right, I guess. What I think if I could turn this microphone off, it's a matter of which microphone to switch
No,
on.
that the imagery, just the imagery alone there is
Ah.
this group has same photography strategies, no? See the picture of the sunrise.
have a look at the actual plans, but it was raining so much. Cut down and throw away because they're not aware of what it is. So she went through that. Next slide. So she compared it. So I'm not even aware of the other Heliconia lily. I'm not even sure if I know what that looks like. So it's awareness of these things in our environment can really help with the preservation of this art form, of this craft. Stories around it with this particular element, straw weaving. There's some old traditions, yes, depending on how it's being used, what it's being used for. The skills, especially now, if you would have looked at their sewing, so there certain other elements that are part of it or other skills that are used. She speaks about making clothing. She to make one for Mr. Jacob, but so yes, but she is very, very versatile in terms of what she can do, and that's one of the reasons why she's such a resource. So there are other things that are necessary to be able to make that. You must be able to sew. You must understand, farming and agriculture too. The knowledge of that would also help in preserving this particular craft. We killed two birds with one stone because we didn't want to wear her out. She is also the person we went to for the maypole, so we did both of it. What is a threat? It's a lack of appreciation for what she's doing and the products that she makes, and not just her, but in general, and compensation, because it can't compete with what you get from China. It takes effort and it takes time. So if you are going to spend so much time making these things, you can't sell it for $5. And so you find a number of persons just stopping, because when you compare what they're getting for what the effort they're putting into it, it's very discouraging for them in that way. Right. So that is definitely a challenge. And then a lack of opportunity to showcase and teach. So she's has always spoken to me, teach when you're coming up, so we can work on that. When you're going to have a class, just giving her the opportunity to share, make it available to students in particular. She has been asking for that, but got the chance without school, but there's so much that she has to share. So that's a threat, Another threat to that particular craft is the lack of knowledge. The raw material it's hard to get because persons do not know of the value of it. They do not recognize it, and so farmers lack the knowledge or probably the interest. If persons don't know how to use the raw material to make things, then they may not be interested in growing it or preserving it. The farmers put the plants and they dispose of it, not knowing. So ignorance is a threat in this regard. So move on to the second element, and the maypole. It's a celebration. It's used as part of our celebrations in Grenada right here, but it has a European origin. I'm not sure exactly what it was done for. Some persons will tell you that it was part of a pagan festival. Others, it was used to bring in, usher in fertility when you have harvesting. So there are different stories in terms of what it was, the origin of it. But here in Grenada, as Miss Antoine would have shared with us, the maypole and preparation for dancing the maypole as part of our carnival celebration started after Easter. And that is when they would go into the community and they would do the road march to create the songs, and they would march along the road or dance along the road with the drumming. And so there are specific drums that were used as part of their preparation, provide music. So as you speak about other elements, drumming is a particular element that is necessary, and a particular type of drum, the kettle drum. Yes. So that was one of the things that was really important. Based Shangba. Sangba. Okay, that's a particular drum, yes? Okay. So they had a kettle drum, and that's like a higher pitch, Monty? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so sometimes they have two. You'd have two of those. So the drum was really important. Bamboo. So as you would have cautioned me, the bamboo is important to be traditionally. Modern people, like some people, they figure PVC might be a good idea because you could dissect and you can fit it in your little van and go around. But she said, make sure you have, when you want to be showing traditional way, make sure you have a bamboo pole. And the dance is done with even numbers of dancers. So the celebration is done by dancers around the pole, and there are different patterns that you can create, all kinds of patterns. Or you've seen it in different countries, even doing a double. But traditionally we do the weave on the pole, basket weave on the pole. And the costumes, the whip, the whistle, all these are tools that are used or instruments that are used in the maypole dancing for various reasons. The whistle will tell you when to start and when to stop and that kind of a thing. And the whip was done to get people in line, to bring them in line and encourage them to do what they're supposed to do. And their songs. The maypole dancers, they will each as individuals encouraged. So it was not the captain making the song. Each of the dancers were encouraged to come up with their own songs. And that was really important as well. Storytelling / village newspaper. So then we have the means of social control, elements of social control. So if you do not want your name to be sung in maypole songs, behave yourself. You know, go home early, don't put water in the milk, you know, do what you're supposed to do, don't steal the nutmeg. Okay. So yes, it was, as with many of the other elements, the songs were a form of social control. All right. With the maypole too, that was a challenge, the opportunity to showcase. Hence the reason we keep stressing that we need to bring it back to decentralize carnival to a certain extent so that the people can be a part of it. You know, and I think the centralized aspect of it or component of it will only benefit. So what we've seen right now, I should have shared, is a symptom of what was done. Not intending any harm, I am sure. But now we see the effect of it. You know, persons either don't do it, they don't know about it. And to tell persons, okay, we will do it, and you go down into St. George's. Many persons can't afford it and have no desire to do that, the harassment and all of that. So lack of opportunity to showcase and to teach, to pass it on. So maybe we should have a Maypole Festival, who knows? All right, another way to safeguard particular elements so as to not have that threat looming over our heads is to teach, pass it on, you know, pass it on, to document, teach, document, and pass it on. And that is what we tried to do here yesterday, right? That's the last one. So that's basically what we learned about these two elements. We have a short video just to complete our presentation. And if there are questions after, we'll be happy to attempt to answer them. From 24, I think. 24?
Yeah.
Right.
There are multiple practitioners across the island, in your estimation?
I hope, because I would have encountered some in St. Andrew, but persons with the knowledge, not actually doing it. And of course, you have to go to Caribou. So Maypole in general, we can say, so different pockets would do it differently.
Right.
So it will take that to be able to.
No, the thing with the plants brings something to my attention, which is a big part of ICH now, is sustainable use of resources. If you see that resources that are used for particular ICH elements are at risk, one of the things you want to do is to develop interventions to ensure that those resources continue to be available. No? So a simple, if you put 1 tree, plant 10, that sort of thing, right? You want to build that into the practice. I'll give you some examples. Like around the world, you have these pipeline competitions, right? And they use like the bamboo reeds, they use materials from the environment, but they go cut down whole places for it, no? So one of the new awareness issues is that you try to plant back what is being used, no? That's to discourage use of natural resources. Another big thing, the production of boats, right? Canoes, boat building, and so on. They say the wood is becoming more and more scarce, right, to produce certain things. But the thing that doesn't come instinctively is to go plant back. Right? So you have to build these, so you have to do it in multiples, because when you plant back, not all of the trees will grow, right? So you have to think about those factors as well, right? All right, any questions for them further? Any questions? I really like how the photography was used to tell stories there. Right? So please go stand in the front and lead us in one of those.
Oh, yes, so she can learn the same thing. I hear all what say.
I hear all what say.
And you must say the ah. I hear all what say.
I hear all what say.
So it really says that you think I ain't here, but I'm here. You say something down there, but I hear all what say. The road made to walk. That means in school children terms, the road meant for fighting.
Oh.
So if you're good in school and you call my name, you go settle it in the road. Meet me outside. The road made to walk. And I hate to walk, to fight. And I well, you can say that, but for us, we know it's a fight.
W-A-R-K.
And I hear they say, they go beat me partisan. But if they ever interfere, if they ever touch her, my friend, if you ever touch her, amen. I'm telling you, but I'll say amen. So I hear all what say. Road made to walk, and I hear they say, go bring me partisan, but if they ever interfere, amen. I hear all what say. Road made to walk, and I hear they say, they go bring me partisan, but if they ever interfere, amen. Yeah, all what say. Road made to walk, like this. And I hear they say they go be the partisan, but if they ever interfere, amen. Yeah, all what say. Road made to walk, and I hear they say they go beat the partisan, but whosoever interfere.
took the picture already? No? Just a video. Discrimination?
All right, we catch you, boy. We catch you.
And again,
Oh, that is the red one. Wow. Crazy.
all right. So the final phase now, the question you noticed that kept being asked was what needs to be done. So it's a question that and all of you answered, and I was saying it hoping that Daryl and Adriana and Ezra were listening, GNT, and I was hoping too that you in your roles could see yourself continuing this process. One warning, however, maybe not a warning, it will take months and days and weeks and years, and it can be fun, no? Imagine embedding yourself with a Hermitage band, right? As their photographer, documenter, interviewer, that will give them some additional life. You know what I mean? Imagine following the drummers and how they build the drum and where they get the wood and all that sort of thing, right? Imagine doing all of that and documenting it, telling stories you eventually produce. Could you hold up one of those books there for me, John? Right? So you have the tangible heritage documented here, thanks to the work of the trust. Imagine producing these sorts of things for your culture, right? Having your people show up there, Miss Antoine show up for beautiful, Marie. Imagine a photograph like that of her inside there, right? And of Mr. Leke and other practitioners. We had a Chande dancer with us all day today, right? Not to be underestimated either, right? But the part of it now, thinking one final thing now, an important part, what will you do with the information that you gathered? Earlier we talked about you have to find a way to get it back to them, right? Either in flash drives, whatever means, try and get it back to them, no? Get the practice of it right away. And then you have identified certain glitches in the system you're using now, so you'll want to refine that. And then the question will be, even for you as collaborators, you will be able to agree with the trust and with the ministries as you go forward. You should also have some access to the information as needed, no? So it's a really decentralized democratic process, unless there are restrictions to some of the information that communities ask not to share, right? So you want it systematic. You want to picture websites. You want to picture Facebook. You want to have your logos and these sorts of things to protect the information, right? And you want to disseminate it in a responsible way, especially using the skills that you have, the teachers, the Ministry of Education. How will you write learning outcomes now in your curriculum, right? Will your understanding of this determine how your learning outcomes are written? Will you use the term living heritage in your learning outcomes now? In your school curriculum? In your tertiary level? Is this an opportunity to have a whole anthropology class on living heritage at the university or at the junior college or wherever? You understand where we're going with this? The economics of it too, right? Well, there's economics in terms of getting something like that in the school. And I'm thinking when you said economics, what comes to my mind is setting up frameworks to support your practitioners, especially if you're in tourism culture, you don't have any sway at all with government officials. setting up mechanisms to support cultural practitioners so that they can make livelihoods from this. Really, really think about this. I'm not doing, it's not political, it's just a fact. Think about this. When you want to showcase your country, who do you go for? The cultural practitioners, right? You go for them. So why in heaven shouldn't they benefit? It's like, you know, that is who you're doing it for. Hand wash hand, no? Right. Yes, Miss Marlene.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, and I didn't share with my group. Yesterday when I went to the practitioner, that was one of the first things she said to me. She said, "Would you come again? And time would you come in and get information and ain't getting no money out of that?"
You see?
You see? And I was able to talk about, you know, joke I'm making, but there is a lot of truth in what she's saying, because you come to know all the temple information, but other persons are using it and earning a livelihood, making money out of it. And here she is constantly willing. She can't help but give the information because of passion.
Right.
But we who know better or more, we should have, I know, the sense of responsibility to help her to really see how she can earn a living, that she does have retirement, you know, those kind of things, and some knowledge and what she has devoted her life to, that should help her not to retire into poverty. You know, so I totally.
Many practitioners have died in poverty. It's not that all of us will die, no? When you die, you can't take anything with you. So what I mean is people live hand to mouth. I'll give you we had a famous like Paul Sappho musician, old man, you know, when the voice ages with them, you know, and the music comes out and so they call him one of the three kings of rock down music in Belize, right? Three kings, big documentary and all that, and the man. Then you see the man on the street side selling CDs, literally in front of one of the stores selling CDs, right? And so they said, "Mr. Peters, where did you out there, sir? You are man, you are one of the kings of Belize. How come you know that you shouldn't be out there to sell the CDs like that?" He says, "Sir, I got big name and broke pocket." Right? He says, so you know, nobody pay you for your no, sir, not a copper, sir, not a copper. Right? They take his music, for example, before we are aware of copyright and so on. And one of the morning shows that you're hearing it for years, it's ingrained into your cultural mind. Mr. Peters, you make any money from that song that they put on the radio and so? Not a copper, sir, not a copper. Right? This is an abuse, you know. Talking about an ethical thing, that's an abuse. Right? So please keep that in mind as you go forward with safeguarding the country's ICH, right? Big up your people, really. People with that God-given gift, if you want to use that term, that innate gift, has come to them in dreams or the ancestors started going. In my country, we king and we call it Dutch and Duke and Duchess come. Showcase who they go for. Cultural practitioners. Right? Juxtapose that. Some billionaires, along with some rock pocket people who are living in poverty, right? So these ones here are entertaining these ones. Shouldn't work that way. All right, so the final word now. So it was a pleasure for me to have been here with you this week. If please submit the evaluation forms if you haven't already to Adriana. You did excellent work in terms of the presentations, and so you're ready for the road made for documentation at this stage and safeguarding. And so then our week has ended. Please give yourselves a round of applause for a very active time went by so quickly. I can't believe it's 5 days gone already. So thank you, and I turn you over to Adriana. Okay.
So we want to give a big talk to our facilitator, Naya Nicolau. For us, it has been a pleasure and an honor to work with him since, I don't know, 2020, yes, almost more than 2 years ago. So I think that his knowledge, his experience, his kindness, his humble attitude to spread his knowledge is, wow, we really appreciate that. And I think that each time that we meet him and that we have these extra-official meetings or conversations, we always come back with valuable knowledge and information that we appreciate that because of him, we are here. Thanks him for being here and for accompanying us along through this long process. So let's take advantage of that in terms of all the information, all the experience, and the contacts that we already have to move forward with the project. And a part of the project, we believe that this is a starting point from so many initiatives that will appear after the project concludes. So maybe you will find out that a finding is that we might develop future ICH projects themselves. So what is next? That's the important question for most of you. What is coming next is we're gonna have conversations with you by phone, by email. You will hear about us. You will hear about us in media. So what is coming in April, we're gonna contact you and still moving forward with the upcoming activities. But in terms of workshop, there's a third workshop for teachers and school principals. So if you know any teacher who is related to heritage or is already doing something, let us know, because this will be a specific training for them. And the reason that is a specific training is because as this workshop is happening, we have been working since December or January by designing the curriculum. So the Proud of My Heritage has an educational component of it, a strong component, and that's in the process of being drafted. And once it's ready, then the teachers will talk how to implement this in schools with children and with the school community. What is coming next? The time frame of the projects reflects that that we are starting to do the field work, the real field work of the ICH elements between July and September. But that doesn't mean that you could start early. And the way that we are organizing ourselves is you're going to be contacted by Grenada National Trust. We have ICH coordinators, and based on those persons who have been attending to the workshop and already have the knowledge and express the interest to continue and move forward by doing that field work, which will be, we put in the time frame of 3 months, but again, we're not saying that you're going to be working 3 months. That's up to the ICH coordinators and Grenada National Trust, how we'll come together based on a specific hats, because we know that most of us have different hats, different schedules, and then we have to work together. And how do we will put to, and how we will constitute these groups so we can work effectively in this time frame. So we expected to have some results in September, and then of course the researcher, that's important. He's not here. He has been via Zoom, which is John Angus Martin. I think that he's here, yes, and he's come down to Grenada. But meantime, he's the person in charge of doing research. And why I say this, because it's important to have a background or layers of what is happening with certain ICH elements, so we will have a better comprehension when the times come to document a specific ICH elements. And at the same time, after we compile, this is a huge work, because it's not only documenting, it's then after that, we're coming together to analyze that information, compile all that information, I hope not editing, but all the written part of it and coming together so we can put all those ICH elements into a final inventory list, which the final goal and the main outcome will be to upload it, digitize it, upload it, and launch it publicly to all the general public. So that's what's coming for this year. That doesn't mean the specific activities that I haven't mentioned, they will come. There's a media campaign that you will hear about it. And then February next year, we're hoping to have a more stronger month in terms of being visible. You probably, for sure, we will be invited because we have a street event that we need to plan. And at that event, we want to recognize you for having the times to be here and then also for being involved in the field work. So all the general public will be there and also the ministries invited, and you will be recognized and have your certifications there. But there's a lot of things, like ICH contest as well for everybody, young adults who want to go around and start taking photos. That doesn't mean that person have to have the information that we manage here, that we gained today here, but at least it's motivating them to continue and be interested, motivated to find their own access. So thank you very much. We are very, very pleased to have you. It has been a pleasure to work with you, to have conversation with you officially and not officially, because most of them, I think that we are creating here a relationship, and we hope that once the project concludes, we will still be in contact because we recognize that you're a valuable person doing something important already, and it will do more impactful results for us and for the country. So thank you for your time. I know that it has been hard today. So.
All right, friends. My apology, but I was thinking of bringing that word again. Mentioned to Darius and thankfully about all of this. This took the trust for 3 years to complete. If you want to go to have one, contact Amazon. It's still available. I would like you to. And where I live, it's in there. You got to find it.
Right.
And Newton is our second vice president, and being our technology guru, he's going to make a presentation to Nigel now from the trust. And that little purple thing in his.
Nigel is the guru.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much for all the help you have given us.
My appreciation for what you've done. A lot of things you said, I didn't know about. A lot of things you said, I'm not quite sure it was true. It's never been a natural thing.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Oh, sorry.
It's a piece of technology, so be careful.
Thanks. If you want to find out which true Newton, we'll have to sit and talk some more. The grunt for the front was true though.
And before we finish, Marlene is going to make a little presentation on behalf of the participants. And you have to, because of the special relation.
He says,
You do hear what she says?
No.
That is private. So, oh, the light.
Does that help?
Yeah, it is.
So Nigel, yeah.
I got it.
It's really nice when you meet someone for whatever period of time, and so this period was rather short. But when you meet someone and you feel very comfortable with them, I'm speaking on behalf of the participants here, I'm sure. You seem to be living in Latant or Duquesne or Belmont or any of those places. And it speaks to your character, speaks to who you are, that you can do that. I know you have the skill and the knowledge and your expertise, but when you can connect with persons on that level, that is a gift. And so I want to thank you very much for helping us as Grenadians to understand the value of what we have. Many of us here are persons who've been, trotting on this road for a very long time, but you've given clarity and purpose to what it is that we have been doing and given us the strength and the encouragement to continue. So on behalf of all participants, I would like to present you with this small token of our appreciation.
Thank you very much. I really have to talk some more.
Yeah. Nigel, our leader told us that he wanted me to send him something that I do leather, just a picture. But I set up last night and tried to produce a little first. Not really for him, but for his wife.
Just the card.
I told him I want to weave it. So I will give him a little tomorrow. He has to disappear. So I'll give him that.
Notice I grabbed this thing, right? Thanks. So guys, I really appreciate the time with you. And one of the things I really try to do on these things is to know you as individuals, no? Which is and that is a part of what makes this kind of thing not work for me, but just a part of everyday life, no? And I really appreciate those of you sharing with me, being comfortable to share certain things, and for opening up to me and sharing about yourselves and your culture. I certainly appreciated that, and I one of the things about this is that you learn to value people as people, no? And that is the main message of it when you do this work, right? So thank you for the week. Okay, thank you for the good thing. Thank you to Daryl and Adriana and Ezra for the weekly meetings and so on. That in itself, the more we met, the more I became comfortable and that sort of thing. You know, Daryl is a very easygoing guy. You know, so we just in one outing this week, I got some good experiences, which I will not share. So thank you, everybody, and blessings to you all.
Nigel, you know what, you have to give them a peep, you have to show them the
Okay, good.
Just a peep, so they understand. They're not nice. Made in Grenada.
You know when I'll open this, so you can so that you know, I'll open it. No. I have two possible dates. My birthday is next on the 22nd or at Christmas. So I think I want to. Thank you.
Nigel, you might make you miss your flight.
Yes. Should I open this one too? Huh? Take care of yourself. Continue extending. Oh, Peter, if you have the inventory forms, could you please deliver them back to the inventory forms? Evaluation? Yes, no, not the evaluation, the inventory questionnaire. Doesn't matter. Hello. Hello. $2.
Yes, it is still.
Your friend is waiting at the airport. This is all part of the business. Very good.
Stop recording. Where the lady going?
It's